Champions, welcome! The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh.
Here we go, Ratty. Game number 1 of the Elden Square Season 2 finals. Over 50 players have competed in this event, whether it was qualifiers, Crucible, Golden Order. And these are the final 2. Let's see who comes out on top. Center square prediction, Ratty?
Tree-Simp +0. Give me the goated OG race.
I'll go fast then. I'll go Consumes. Restore Radahn's Great Rune, though, is the center square. That's a very interesting one. You know, potential for an early Radahn play, but we'll see how the board shakes out, and that'll dictate a lot of that. So starting in row 1, feed Deathroot to Garronk is a really quick square. You do the Black Knife Catacomb, immediately followed by the Tibia Mariner, run to Third Church, feed those 2 Deathroot to Garronk, and boom, you've claimed the square. We also have Spirit Ash +4 in row 1. That's a very great square for synergy, especially if you have Catacombs, Black Knives, these things on the board. Grail without status effects is a great square, not rush, but good to do early. It gives you a ton of money, whether you're using that to get an economy square done, or just boosting your own economy by, getting vigor and these sorts of things. Very nice square to have. Row number 2, we have 2 Tunnels and Precipice, which is fast. Wormface is a nice early Altus square. And then the big one that we were all seeing, big old Moji, Lord of Blood. I'm sure we'd all love for the end game to come down to that one. Row number 3, we have Black Knives that will synergize well with Deathroot, as well as Spirit Ash +4. You can do the Black Knife at Death Touched, and then the Black Knife Catacombs. That's 2 Black Knives and Spirit Ash +4 into Catacombs. Very strong synergy. We have Topps Academy Key. That is a great square, a favorite of Ratty's. It's great for early game development. Because you get a square, you get Liurnia progress, you could potentially take Virgins into Altus, very strong. Smithing Stone +12, good idea. Potentially you look to do Makar as a Tunnel or Precipice, get your Smithing Stones, and boom, you have a +12 weapon and a square. Eleonora, another early Altus square, would also synergize, get you Nihil tier for Lord of Blood if it comes down to that. Row number 4, nothing super quick. We do have Millicent's Needle, though, which is a nice early one for the Halberd check, although maybe not the fastest early square. And we have Cleanrot Knight Duo, which synergizes with Duo Trio bosses on the same line. Keep an eye out for the Remembrance square. That's always an interesting one. Normally, you want to keep Godric alive for that. So potentially there's a play with doing Radahn, getting his Remembrance, and then doing Remembrance on Godric. Finally, in the bottom row, we have Loretta, which is quick, Magma Worm, which could synergize with +12 in Tunnels, whether it's Makar or Kaled Magma Worm, and then Ensha, a quick Liurnia square, as well as Kill Dung Eater, being, I believe, the only, or one of 2 capital squares on the board with Morgott. Ratty, what's your take of the board?
I mean, I'm already looking at the small synergies here. Obviously, Smithing +12 Magma Worm boss into Altus is just always a nice play if you can make it work, but it tends to be long, somewhat inefficient. There is a decent amount of capital. You have Dung Eater and Morgott as well. So, I mean, you were talking about the Kill Radahn, get Remembrance with also the Great Rune there, right? And then that would also get you into the capital, which is something to keep an eye on. Deathroot, Black Knife Assassins, and Spirit Ash Summon +4 all work together. So, I mean, early Black Knife and Katana check in Catacomb and Limgrave could work. Unfortunately, my favorite play here, which would be Topps' Key, if possible, I was going Ray Lucaria early, getting Red Wolf down. Doesn't feel that great on this board. I think I don't see much reason to be there at all. That is a very isolated square. Similar thing with Leonin, that's going to be very isolated. These are 2 easy squares. I don't see a lot of reason to go for early. Then along with that, there is Loretta Blue Spirit, which works with Spirit Ash Summon +4 as well. And get your Gloveworts. What is that? I believe 1 and 2 there? It might be 3 or 4. I think it's 1 and 2. So, I mean, there is some synergy there that'll work pretty well. You can also get an extra sorcery there. Sorcery check for your Kaled Dragon Barrel boss, sorcery only. But, I mean, I'm feeling there's a good amount of Kaled here. I'd probably want to get Remembrance for my capital access. I really like that line of like at some point getting Radahn's Great Rune, the Remembrance Weapon, and then also getting Morgott and Dung Eater in the late game. If it comes down to that. That's obviously a much later play, but having that ready to go as you pick up other early squares is always good.
Just to give a quick, in case anyone is new to Bingo here, just to give you guys a quick rundown of Bingo and specifically Elden Squares Bingo. The first player to claim 5 squares in a line or a majority 13 of the 25 available squares will be the winner of Game 1. This finals is a best of 3 set. Game 1 will be today. Game 2 and Game 3 will be tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Game 3 if necessary. You might see the starting classes are a little bit different. We do have an equipment randomizer. So what that means is that weapons are randomized, most armor is randomized, and spells are randomized. Catalysts, so staves and seals, are not. Additionally, overworld weapon checks, are not randomized or randomized with logic. So the greatsword chest in Limgrave will always drop a greatsword. It can just be any greatsword. The match typically will run, an hour to 90 minutes, but there is a 2-hour time limit. If the players are tied in square count at 2 hours, we will enter an overtime period where the first player to claim a square will win. Granted, I don't think we're going to see an overtime game here today. Both these players are just too fast for that.
Yeah, I mean, these were 2 of the fastest players in terms of like how quickly they would accumulate squares. The statistics Shura used to calculate it. Helios would have been number 1, but he had a game with 0 squares. So, I mean, that really hurt his average time per square. Shura, I believe, was close to number 1. He might have been number 1. Like, these are 2 of the fastest players. This game going 2 hours would be obscene. I would be very surprised. And off rip looks like Helios is heading in the direction of Death Touch Catacombs here.
Yep.
Shura making his way towards Stormhill Shack.
We also saw a greatsword check from Shura. DLC weapons are added, so light greatswords are with greatswords, great katanas are with katanas, and it was Leda's sword, which is trash. Not what you want.
Yeah. Not a great weapon in general. Really bad for Bingo.
Yeah. Also, just to be clear, for anyone asking about time difference, 11 a.m. Eastern, American Eastern time, is 5 hours earlier than the start time today. That's when Game 2 and then a potential Game 3 will be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Interesting also with the starting classes here. Both players starting with the same class. However, not a good weapon on this class. I'm guessing, this was picked mainly for the stats. This weapon works, but I just mean it's not wieldable. Oh, huge for Helios. Dragon Scale Blade.
I mean, there's the weapon of choice, right?
Wait, he bought it, right?
He might not have. He definitely knows it's there.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible also sometimes players, I will say there is sometimes players don't like the ultra meta weapons, particularly Dragon Scale Blade and Dragon Halberd. I've seen it in the past. It's possible there is a gentleman's agreement to not use those weapons. If there is, we are not privy to it.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. He might just be hedging his bets here a little bit. There's a lot of weapon checks you have left before you maybe need to approach anything. So maybe just get a couple more checks in and then grab that later. Helios also actually is a pretty big advocate of the Vulgar Militia Saw, which is the weapon they have. I didn't want to give too much pushback because I agree it's not the greatest. But Helios has made up, I've heard him several times mention this is a very usable weapon. Like, if I have it, I'm fine. So he might even be of the opinion, with plus 12 on the board, a bleed frost weapon that he likes is the better option here.
Yeah, and it's looking like the play for Helios potentially might be the Abductor Virgin, or not the Abductor Virgin, the Magma Worm here in Caelid. There's a bunch of Smithing 4s in there. You can get that as a tunnel. It's a Magma Worm, and you get a bunch of stones that helps you a lot with Smithing plus 12. There are kind of 3 ways to do Smithing plus 12. It's either this tunnel, Precipice, or Altus with bell bearings and things.
Right. That's how this works on this. I mean, Shura is doing pretty standard setup here, it looks like.
Yeah.
Nothing special. He'll do Halberd check in a minute, but blasting his way through Liurnia, setting up the map, he'll be able to kind of head in any direction here, and he'll have a good amount of money as he kind of collects all these balloons in Liurnia as well.
Another thing to note for Helios, he did just pick up some drawstring lightning grease. On the way, there is, by the cart, on the way to Caleb, there's some drawstring lightning grease. It doesn't last very long, but it will help you a lot with the abductor virgins. It can light them up, and you get 2 lightning greases. So you kind of need 2 for the fight, so you only get 1 attempt on it, but it is very strong. Also, Ginger, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I was going to thank you. We were just doing all the early match
Usual
stuff.
bingo stuff. Shura pivots back to Storm. He's run, I think, far enough into Liurnia. Might be looking towards Death Touch or just progressing that side of the map. Maybe getting into Kaled.
And Helios goes straight to the Magma Worm. No safety grace either.
When he's playing Shura, I actually like that choice. I don't really always advocate safety. I think like the speed of both these players is one of the few instances where it's like the optimal like 3, 4, 5 second time saves are going to be pretty significant. Like I just don't think any issues routing, any small deaths are much more significant than they would normally be with the pace of these two. Really having a good fight here with the Magma Worm bleed, making...
This feels a little awkward.
Wait, the impact.
Rando brain. Where's the second bleed? I'm getting such good RNG. He hasn't charged once. Did I just jinx myself? I hope not. Holy fuck, he's so well behaved.
Very nice hitless Magma Worm there for Helios. Very, very, very well done.
Where's the square?
First square on the board.
First square on the board, and he got Starline Sword.
Yeah, I want to mention Shura was doing Death Touch Catacombs, and the Katana check was the Great Katana, one of the probably top 5 smithing weapons.
100%.
If not like 2 or 3. It's Starfist and that would be my top 2, but obviously subjective.
And I think Helios is gonna, or Shura is gonna be going straight for the Black Knife here. Shura is going for the Black Knife. Helios just killed Alexander and picked up a smithing stone, also getting him the Warrior Jar Shard.
Interesting place here. 2 Deathroot early is never a bad option. I want to say that. That's on the board here for Shura. But there's no real good way to synergize that second Deathroot, I don't think. No.
Nicely done by Shura there. We see Helios hitting the skip down to the Stone Digger Troll, and he's going to be immediately looking to finish up these 2 tunnels.
As he should. I mean, yeah, the other part of Magma Worm, right? You get your 1 tunnel, you can go straight to the second, which is beautiful synergy play. Meridias, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you.
I also want to let you guys know, immediately after the game, before post-match interviews, we have a special announcement that Ratty and I will be making. So make sure to stick around for that. It'll be directly after the game, before post-match interviews.
Be fun. Yeah, I can't believe we actually both missed this plays. I think Magma Worm 2 tunnels was probably clearly the best opening play. It's just the 2 fastest squares I think you can get done with synergy here. It will leave Helios, I think, the only downside, pretty significantly behind in Liurnia and setup. Sure, it does grab Dragon Scale also there, so he's got 2 possible weapons, Somber and Smithing, in his inventory. I'm not in. I think Shura is maybe looking at the Tibia Mariner here for his second Death Root.
I think so
Start
as well.
to apply some pressure on that diagonal. If he gets Death Root, Insha, I mean, that really starts to make that Radon play we talked about early very appetizing, right? That diagonal could be very threatening.
Oopsie.
Helios takes down the Stone Digger. We'll go full screen with Shura for the Tibia. Very quick opening play from Helios. This is definitely found the best play on the board here. And a dangerous spot for Shura, because like I said, if you are behind in an endgame against Helios, obviously this is very early, but if you do get behind in an endgame, good luck.
Yeah. Helios ripped the flail check there while Shura was fighting Tibia. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure either. There's no flails on the board. I mean, there's Grail without status effects. Like, if you wanted to make a Psycho play and bleed Grail, that wouldn't make sense.
Right. Yeah, I just don't see any. I mean, maybe the Ash of War that comes with the regular flail would be good on Dung Eater or Eleonora.
Yeah, maybe something with Eleonora, NPC type of thing.
We're almost finished up here. Quite a long fight there, but we'll put him in a position to start applying pressure on this diagonal. And even he could start pushing column 1 a little bit, right? He has one of his 2 Black Knife Assassins. It's
Also,
just having the square on the board opens up his options quite a bit.
another thing to note, Shura did pick up Dragon Scale, so
Yes.
clearly Helios just didn't want it for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the reasoning on that. Like I said, I know he's a big fan of this. He might just be thinking plus 12, period. Like,
Yeah.
That is an option. I just think it's always better to hedge your bets. If you see a good Sombra weapon, grab it, like just in case. But it's also a very quick run back to that merchant from the race under Death Touch. He can pick it up at any time and really only sacrifice about 10 seconds.
I mean, this is kind of insane to do in this spot. I will say I have seen Helios intentionally not use weapons because they're, quote, cringe. But
yeah,
kind of insane if he was to do it here. But if anyone was to do it, it would be him. And yes, both players are on the exact same randomizer seed. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, an interesting point. Spinning chain flail with lightning grease apparently destroys Virgin, so that might have been the purpose of the flail check. And actually, if that was the purpose of the flail check, Helios could be looking at Topps Academy Key right now, which I think is like really a good play. It's just another unique block for him in like a pretty good position. All 3 of his initial squares would then be like handling separate parts of the boards in terms of blocking bingo. Although if that was his plan, not grabbing Dragon Scale seems even more insane.
Also, while we do have a bit of a pause in the action, I do want to say, Ginger, thank you so much for the raid, man. I greatly appreciate it. Just gave him a shout out. And if you guys are not already following Ginger, make sure to go check him out. If you like competitive Elden Ring stuff, Ginger, like Bingo, Ginger is the host of Rando Ring, which is a competitive randomizer racing league that I play, that I compete in. So make sure to check him out. Also, we do see Golden Halberd there from a merchant as well, but Helios stays with the smithing route.
Where are these weapon seeds in the regular season, dude?
I know, right?
This is the most plentiful seed I've ever seen. We got Great Katana, Golden Halberd, and Dragon Scale all available very easily. Shura has grabbed the Academy key. Does have the crystalline woods. There is some smithing stone 3s right there if he wants to pick them up later.
Yeah. Also, an interesting note from Shura here. We see since Helios made his early play and got it on the board, we see Shura concealing information. He has the Grace at Third Church and the 2 Deathroot. All he has to do is feed them to Gronk. But he's like, you know what? Maybe I could snipe Helios on this. Maybe he goes for it, and I can get him back later. As Shura is just going straight into Academy, and at some point he will clean up that feed 2 Deathroot square. But no reason to do it right now. Might as well, conceal information. There is a massive part of bingo that, kind of like poker, that's about bluffing, hiding your hand, right? Hiding what you've done. Because the only time you give information to your opponent is when you mark a square. They cannot see each other's screens. And as a result, playing the information game is very valuable.
Yep, definitely. And this is what you'd expect in the finals game. I know for some people less familiar, Shura has 2 Deathroot and you see him not claiming the square. It might kind of infuriate you a little bit. What's he doing? But he knows he has time, right? It's better to go get the tops key, get that square, double mark. Helios will then know where he's been the whole time, but it's a better way of keeping Helios on his toes here. And you're kind of hoping maybe he goes for Academy key or Deathroot, not really knowing where you're at, right? And you can take some of his time away from him.
Yeah. And especially in the finals, I think things change a bit in the sense that in playoffs, in pressure games, right, the likelihood of skill issue goes up, right, due to pressure. So that information game can be very valuable, like a really late Deathroot mark that could indicate a lot of things. It could be hidden prep. It could be a skill issue. It could be a snipe. Right, and Helios won't know what it is until really at all.
Yeah. And the one thing I do like about this Topps Academy key play, I saw some people asking if I saw it on the board. Of course I did. Is the runes you're gonna get from Red Wolf, right? 14,000 plus the 5,000 Shura has puts him at 19,000. He'll be able to fully upgrade Dragon Scale, and depending on the decks, maybe even just get it online here, which is. That's pretty ideal. Have a weapon online probably about 25 minutes into the game. So a little late maybe. But he'll have Dragon Scale online that would allow him to go Virgins into Altis, which he's now unlocked by getting to this Schoolhouse Classroom Grace. So sure is in a good position in terms of flexibility and where he wants to go here. I'm still not entirely sure what Helios is doing. Maybe just more setup?
Yeah, I'm going to Third Church, clearly, which I find a little surprising. Helios might also be scared to commit to anything at the current moment because Shura hasn't marked anything.
Yeah.
It conceals a lot of information. And it looks like Helios here. See, this is good for Shura. This is kind of the mini snipe that he needed. Helios was going to potentially look at Deathroot. He wanted to get Third Church first, right, to get the map progress and Sacred Blade, then circle back. However, Shura is about to mark the square. Mini snipe for Shura. This is a small win for Shura here. Wastes a bit of Helios's time. This is big.
Yeah. The timing on this will be kind of awkward. I think Helios will know he did other stuff first. But, there's always the chance of skill issue and all that jazz. Also, you saw Shura go into his map and kind of hesitate. I think he was trying to decide if he wanted to push Red Wolf first or do this. He maybe had time to do Red Wolf. Definitely, I think if he did the full top square, he would have been in trouble. And there's the mark.
He did Deathroot, okay. Which means... I need to...
I think he's going back for Dragon Scale. This has to be Dragon Scale.
Yep. Now Shura gonna make his approach at Red Wolf here. Topps Academy keys looking at next. I think Helios was probably starting to look at both of those squares.
Yeah. And due to the hidden information, Helios is likely going to get, double sniped here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Red Wolf for Shura. He does use the magic grease, which, yes, Red Wolf is magic resistant, but especially with a +0 weapon, any 30, 40 extra damage you can get per hit is massive.
Well,
Definitely. I think anyone not using the magic grease when they get here is kind of just intentionally throwing. You're just losing damage.
Yeah, you're either intentionally
lot.
throwing or just not a knower, right?
He's not a knower. There is the stagger.
oh, I know what he's doing. He's not doing this. He's setting up smithing 12.
Great strafe.
Shura also calls it perfectly, says Helios isn't doing this, he's setting up smithing 12, and that is exactly what Helios is doing at the current moment.
No bleed. There it is.
There's the Red Wolf down for Shura, nicely
this
done.
Yeah, and Helios getting smithing 12 is a bit of a problem. Because you have Moog, Lord of Blood, Remembrance Only, and 3 Dragonheart bosses on that same column. But one other thing I think we overlooked when we were talking about his opening play of Magma Worm boss is it's one of your tunnels, it's also one of your Dragonheart bosses, right? So just another reason Magma Worm was the really strong opening play here. That column is at least a little more set up for him. If he gets smithing weapons here, he'll have a lead on that.
Mm-hmm.
And Moog and Remembrance are long squares.
Yeah. It's an interesting predicament when you have a really hard line. Because one of the if you're used to watching bingo brawlers, right? One of the main differences with our league as opposed to bingo brawlers is that you are not required to block all the bingos to win by majority. You simply just have to have 12 squares or 13 squares. So as a result, you can sometimes kind of ignore the very late difficult bingo threat. That being said, it's a dangerous game to play, especially if the threat is established early like it is on this board.
Yeah. Sure could end up in a world of hurt here. He does have access to Renala, which will make Remembrance into Godric a little faster for him, as neither player's been to Altus yet, right? He also does have the lead on Altus if he wants to go Virgins and do Radon into Godric, which was something we talked about. That's honestly maybe Shura's best play right now as well. See here shortly, he's going to return that key and we'll be in a 2-2 game.
Except I don't think he didn't grab Lake Facing Cliffs.
Oh, really? Yeah, he did.
So that's
skip
quite
it.
the
He
time
teleported
loss.
short. That is unfortunate. He probably wasn't thinking about that square at all, which is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big time loss for Shura, and the early game time is by far the most important. Because it like think of it like building a house, right? Your early game time is the foundation for it, right? So you can have a great end game. You can have, great furnishings and, windows and whatever. But if the foundation isn't good, you got to play a lot. You're likely screwed, right?
Yep.
And this is a bit of early game time loss for Shura. That being said, he did force Helios into a bit of a time loss with the delayed Death Root Square. I think, especially with this high of a level of the game, right? The little time losses are going to add up, right? And
Yeah.
a big story of this set will probably be like who can avoid time losses, right? Whether that's via mistake by bot death, mistake by in this case, routing or forcing your opponent, like sniping your opponent, or even like a mini snipe, like we kind of already saw.
Definitely.
And Shura isn't marking this. He's just grabbing the Grace.
Shura is playing a lot of mind games here. I really like.
Yeah.
Like you said, he called in that Red Wolf fight. Helios is not going to do this.
Yeah. We saw
If he can
Shura
hold on here, I mean, it's going to be a really nervy play as this board progresses. But you could probably hold this for a really long time.
Yeah. Another interesting thing to note, we saw Shura, hide more prep in not marked squares, particularly against Nexus in the semifinals. We saw that more than any point this season. This might be Shura kind of saying, "Hey, I don't want to play a quote unquote honest bingo game with Helios where we just complete our square market." That's not a good game to get into with him. So we see him disguising stuff a lot more.
Yeah. And I mean, it's crazy that Shura was a rookie coming into this event, essentially, because this is... I mean, it seems like he's picked a pretty optimal game plan to handle Helios here.
Yeah.
In terms of, like you said, just not playing the honest game of, hey, let's go both race the best squares, let's just duke it out, slugfest, optimal lines from both of us. Whoever gets sniped more, whoever's a little slower in routing or boss fight execution is going to lose, right? Like, that's the honest, quote-unquote, way to play bingo. And Shura has elected to go for the... All right, I'm going off meta. I'm not going to go for Magma Worm, the clear best square. And on top of that, I am going to hide everything I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like, I think Helios really is going to probably have, at this point, a lot of problems keeping track of Shura already.
Yeah, we see Helios getting the Dex tier to get Dragon Scale Blade online. And I also think this is an adaptation that, I want to shout out Blanks. This was something that he kind of brought to bingo, that he was the first person to really do it. In the playoffs for Bingo Brawlers Season 4, we saw him really change the way that he played to counter his opponents, right? So CBD and then Starro Chris in the playoffs of that event. And I think it's put ideas in our players' heads about, particularly for playoffs. I have all this tape on these players, right? And they're so talented. It's like, how can I adapt my play style to best counter my opponent? And we've definitely seen some adaptations from Shura here in his play style for the playoffs.
And Shura is going to go Virgins here, it looks like. Meanwhile...
Grail does not count as a Dragonheart boss, by the way.
That is correct. Helios is actually...
He's going for Ensha.
Ensha. Yep.
I like this. I think it's a nice square in the sense that, unlikely to get sniped, it shuts down any ideas of the top left to bottom right diagonal for Shura, which could potentially get scary. Like Radahn's Great Rune into Remembrance is potentially strong, as well as building a threat on the row 5 for Helios. We'll see him fight Ensha now.
Oh, he showed up way too early.
Wait, Ensha just immediately charged him.
That's not how you normally do it.
Oh, dang.
Bro.
He might...
Unusual.
Fuck off. I'm dead here.
Yeah, he normally waits in the doorway for a minute. Like, he was hitting Helios before he loaded in. Big bleed. Good save.
But yeah, that was weird. You normally have time to, like, even get a long Ash of War wound up and hit him as he comes around the doorway. So that was very unusual.
Also, that big ding is it's a notification, so Shura hears whenever a square is marked by Helios. No reaction from Shura on that one, though.
Yeah, that's weird. I really thought that was a good square early for Shura to go for, so I was surprised to see him ignore it. But good plays out of Helios. I think that was a strong square to get, and he's actually looking at maybe Ray Lucaria, maybe just trying to get towards Dectus here.
Yeah, I think if this is Topsky, it's going to be interesting. It looks like Shura here is going for Clean Rat Knight duo. I don't like him. He just skipped the Grace at Kalem runes. I don't like that personally. Yeah, he's going back for it because we have duo trio bosses in Kaled. You want that Grace for
One's right
Pumpkinhead
here.
duo.
Yep.
Yeah, if Helios does go Topski and we see Clean Rot Knight into Topski Snipe, that would be really big for Shura.
I think if Shura does Clean Rot Knights, he may not have time to... Or no, he has a +4 Dragon Scale. No, he should have time to get through here. It's actually going to be close, though.
The other thing, too, is that Gold Scarab will be very valuable, especially if he does Skrill without status effects after this. It'll give you a ton of levels, even though there aren't any economy squares on the board. Will set you up very nicely for Moog Lord of Blood, Dung Eater. You know, so many of the boss fights become easier. In Bingo, kind of in a weird way, Vigor is a damage stat, because if you're able to trade hits, your fights can be faster.
Yep.
And actually, we just see him setting it up.
Good.
But not,
I don't think he had
not
time to
going
get...
for Topski, though. Going back to South Raya. Shura is playing a very dangerous game right now.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little sick watching him not grab Topski. I am nervous for him. It's going to be... He's just got to make that call when he starts to feel good about it. Okay.
He grabs a Stone Sword key. Stone Sword key. What would be the purpose of that?
Duelist?
Duelist.
Oh, this is going to be well timed.
Yeah, very well timed. Shura has a very good internal clock with this stuff. He kind of knows how long things take.
Beautiful snipe right here.
Mm-hmm. This is fine for Helios, though, killing Red Wolf anyways. Sets yourself up for Renala for a great, for a Remembrance boss. Also, Red Wolf will give him runes to get Dragon Scale online if he wants it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do see he continues.
Ow. This is still worth it for the money.
Yeah, this is still worth it for the money, the message from Helios.
Definitely. Dragon Scale online before you can get your +12 is always an option, or even just rushing that at this point and having the money to buy smithing stones.
Although what this kind of does is... Oh my god, what is that combo? I've never seen that before.
And we do see, Shura's Red Wolf fight was a lot cleaner than Helios's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Holy shit.
definitely, overall,
Go.
as players in the entirety of Elden Ring, I think Shura is the better boss fighter.
You please
That being said, Helios is very specialized at with these bingo bosses, right?
It's a thin margin, right?
Yeah.
With these bosses.
Yeah, with the bingo bosses, I actually don't really know who's better. If you include every boss in the game, I would give the clear edge to Shura.
Oh, yeah.
But also, that's not to say Helios isn't fantastic. I mean, hell, yesterday in our randomizer race, we had a god-awful seed. I had 13 deaths. Helios said it was easy and had only 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a menace.
And we see Shura here going duelist.
Good block, good building square for him. Easy fight, too. Yeah, and Helios is not wasting time here. He's going to do Blue Retta, which would set up both threats on the column 3, row 5. But what he doesn't know is Shura is going to be able to get duelists to shut down that column 5 and then pivot to Clean Rot Knights, or to block row 5 and then Clean Rot Knight to block column 3, right? So Shura has actually placed himself very well to deal with these threats. And he'll have the Kaled progress that I think might be a little more important here. He's set up to do Virgins very quickly to get into Altis. He's down 1 square right now, but I really like Shura's positioning here about 40 minutes into the match.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think, look, we'll breathe it into existence. I'll say it now. I think we all want to see this come down to a Mogul of Blood, right?
Moji is on the board, and you always want to see it. Here's a question. You think they start going for Moji before laying in? I mean, whoever's in the lead clearly does, right? We get to like a 12-11 situation. I feel like laying in's that last square on the board for the other player, unfortunately.
Yeah. So if Shura goes Duelist here, Helios goes Loretta. Trying to think about how the board state goes.
Well, Shura gets duelists and probably goes to clean up Clean Rot Knight duo at that point.
Yeah. So then that blocks that.
That blocks both threats.
Yeah. Helios has the column 2 to deal with then.
Mm-hmm.
How much of a threat is that, though?
It's kind of spread out.
Yeah.
Unless you could do O'Neill's sorcery only for Millicent's Needle, which is not super feasible.
Yeah. The only option would actually be this duelist is viable sorcery only if you have a good sorcery, but I understand Shura's like the duelist square is a lot more important than sorcery only in this point of the game. It's not worth risking it for the double, especially because there are easier bosses to do that can synergize. You can do sorcery only on the Cemetery Shade that can give you a 3 and 4 smithing. You know, we actually could see Shura here, or so Shura gets down the duelist. Helios goes for Loretta. I think we could potentially see Helios grab the smithing 3-4, then go sorcery only, or sorry, Spirit Ash 1-2.
He will.
Then go for Spirit Ash +4, grabbing the 3-4 with the Sem Shade in that catacomb. That would address the threat on row 2 or column 2, and row 1 at the same time. Shura is going for Clean Rot Knight duo. However, there is some tech to make sure you don't get rotted. He messes it up and has to Memory of Grace out. Helios gets down. Loretta will go back with Shura. It's like he was thinking about pivoting. Decides not to, though, after he sees the mark from Helios.
Yeah, that's good info on. I probably want to deal with this.
Yeah, because it looks like Helios is going there now.
Another snipe for Shura here. It's exactly what he needs, right?
Yeah.
He lost some time routing. He's lost some time making decisions. Getting 2 snipes essentially will really keep him in play.
And that's another thing too, kind of about the dishonest, like hiding game, right? It overall is a bit slower because you have more pivoting, more, Grace setup, not finishing something right there. Best examples, like he went to grab Lake Facing Cliffs when he could have just turned in top ski. So if you're going to play that style, you got to trap your opponent a little bit, because if you don't, it's simply just slower.
Yeah. Also, I think Helios will make it into the cave, which will make this even more of a problem.
The only thing is, if Helios could snipe back later on with Kayla duo trio. Oh, Shura gets a very nice backstab there to dodge the Halo rings.
Yeah, that was good use of some iframes you get when you're doing those riposts.
Oh my god, down to 1 HP. Woo! Little close at the end. But he got it, and that's a big snipe for Shura. Helios will not be pleased.
Oh, he got it. That's awkward.
Oh yeah, because Helios also has 14k on him right now.
So I need the Kaled square, I think.
Helios with 14k and rotted going into a boss fight. This
Yeah.
is not ideal.
Yeah, Helios was indecisive. Like, Shura marked the square kind of at the perfect time because Helios was standing in the rot. And Helios decides to just keep pushing on this. Meanwhile, though, Shura's not messing around, and he's going straight for duo trio as well.
This is the right play. You were talking about that getting sniped. I think that would be devastating for Shura. Going straight for this, you start to build 2 threats, get a square that you're already ahead on. I mean, great decision making here after spending a lot of time kind of pivoting around, looking at different stuff. Now we're going to capitalize.
Shura deals with that first pumpkin head very nicely.
Just
And takes out the
fights.
second super clean.
Come on, stagger. Fuck. Down.
Like Helios will manage to get out of here.
Yeah, hit me with that shit. Motherfucker, how? He did that on purpose. Oh, he's doing this on purpose. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm dead.
Oh, Helios needs a stagger like now. Gets it. He might die.
It's all about the clutch moments. Come on. Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Okay. Game plan. Margit.
That was close. That was a really good fast
Yeah,
travel.
that was 1 second later and he would have died. And
Good
we
save
see
there.
Shura now going for the Watchdog duo. He can get some Spirit Ash here. Also finish Kayla duo trio bosses. And Helios is going Margit.
What's in Stormvale? You can get some Smithing Stone 2s, which I would imagine, though, you already have most of those if you've been routing right. I wasn't quite paying attention. Unlocking Godric.
Unlocking Godric for Remembrance. Remembrance is the main thing, as well as getting some runes in a talisman pouch.
Yeah. And you can just keep Gold Scarab and Warrior Jar Shard on, which...
I'm bad.
There's Margit down. We'll go full screen with Shura. Also, I want to say a good point by Stacco. Shura's kind of making Helios look a little silly here. With outplaying him by concealing information, something that we haven't seen since Ginger 6-0'd him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has got to be one of my favorite things in the game. The crystal darts to make the watchdogs fight each other.
And there's duo
it doesn't
trio
get better
bosses
than
in
that.
Kaled.
It's about as smooth as that can go.
Yeah. Gotta say also, like, not to knock on wood, don't jinx it, but very impressed by the composure of both these players, right? It's a big spot, right? You can see mistakes due to pressure. Both of them are just playing cool, calm, and collected, playing well. No deaths so far.
Good work. Perfect.
Helios beating on a Gale here. Probably starting to look at that
Unlucky.
3 Dragonheart bosses square.
A little greedy. Really?
Shura also goes for Margit.
Both players prepping that.
Gotta be quick about this. I did pick up all this.
Helios going to... We'll lock in with Shura first.
He's picking up the smithing 4s for smithing
Yeah.
plus 12. And he's only one Dragonheart away from Dragonheart bosses. Because he did the Magma Worm at the start.
There's Margit down. Both players now have Stormveil ready to go for Remembrance.
Yeah, Shura's on a nice little run here. Keep in mind, the game started 2-0 for Helios, right? Shura's on a 5-2 run now.
Yeah, I mean, kind of held everything close to the vest and has started to move. I think we've essentially exited the early game plays here. I would imagine both players starting to look at Altis, Radon. Capital's probably going to be a factor with the game being this close. I have a hard time imagining either player will get a significant enough lead for Morgott and Dung Eater to not come into play.
Yeah.
Especially with Remembrance and Radon's Great Rune on the board. I think those 4 squares all really work well together. That's something to keep an eye on. And then outside of that, you have like the easy Altis squares of Eleonora, Wormface, and to a lesser extent, Hero's Grave. That's a bit longer, but I mean, I think those 3 squares all have pretty good value and are relatively quick.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Shura going all the way to set up the Graves for Godric.
It is a little surprising.
Helios, you're killing his third Dragonheart boss, my apologies. He did the Magma Worm, a Yeel, and now Smaragd.
Perfect.
I mean, Shura could be really looking at this row 4.
Yeah, he could be setting up a bingo.
I would be surprised, but I mean, you can prep a lot of Leonin as well, and a lot of this square, and then Millicent's Needle. Proc both those squares really fast is a pretty tough play to come back from if it's a well-prepped line.
Yeah, I mean, and if you were going to be really aggressive with it, the way to be really aggressive with it would be kill Renala.
Yep, exactly. He has Renala access.
And that might be what he's doing. I don't know that I would do this, though. I think I would go Millicent's Needle first.
I don't think it's about being aggressive, especially now you have Moog or Remembrance as blocks on that column 4. I don't think you want to let Helios get this. He's kind of forcing you into Remembrance, but it is what it is. It will be a snipe here too. I think Shura needs this square. He's more prepped on it, which is a good thing. That being said, Helios has the runes to get a weapon online with 48,000.
Well, Shura will get 50k after Renala, right?
I mean, that puts Helios at 90. I think any weapon will be usable for him here. So if it's something with insane stat requirements, I mean, Shura's pretty well leveled. He leveled into Dragon Scale and leveled his health. Helios, on the other hand, has a little less health and did not level into Dragon Scale. He's been using it with Dex tier.
Yeah. Both players seem to be having some Moongrim issues.
Yeah, and I mean, Helios' Moongrim at least cooperates.
Yeah. Moongrim cheeses are banned in this league, but one of the only things you're allowed to cheese is Moongrim because he will just jump off a cliff himself.
Yeah, it's not really cheese if you can't stop him.
Yeah. And you can kick Kenneth off because screw Kenneth.
Yep.
No, he quit out at the door because Moongrim was assaulting him. Shura gets the 1 cycle. Can Helios get the 1 cycle as well? He does.
Neck and neck here running into this Renala fight.
Yeah, Renala RNG. This fight can be very RNG dependent for how long it lasts. So Renola RNG is going to be a big factor here. Shura has a pretty decent lead by having Godric set up, but significantly worse Renola RNG could make a pretty big difference.
Yep. I'm sure is going to get Renola first here. Helios will be close behind him, it looks like.
Yeah, neither player got a summon. Oh, wait, no, Helios made a mistake. He accidentally pulled out his fist thinking, wait for summons.
Wait, I don't need them. I'm so dumb.
That's a big mistake for Helios.
It should cost him just enough time.
Yeah. Yeah, that cost him probably 15 to 20 seconds there.
Sure, though.
Shura hasn't been a round table,
Yeah.
so Helios will have a bit of an advantage here, but losing that time on Renola was brutal. We'll see what the remembrances first from Helios.
I'm a yapper. I yap. I'm such a big yapper. I'm a yapper. I yap. Ew.
Oh.
Okay.
Go Damnation. You go Damnation. Here you go Damnation. You get physical Rex and you +4 it. That's what you do. That's the play.
Yep. I imagine Shura will just get the physical Rex. He might even ignore +4. He might go +0.
No, he got 0 +4 it. According to Lank, if you spam both Y and A at the same time, it makes dialogue faster.
I believe it. Why not?
Thank you. That's good tech.
The optimal several second time save. A classic.
Yeah. Yeah, Helios is grabbing Faith Talisman, but this is... I would just go physical Rex +4.
Yeah, and Shura is going to have a massive lead on fighting this boss.
And big rune sync for Helios, too, because he invested into Faith, and he's going to buy the Song Stones.
Unlucky hit there for Shura. He gets started on this Godric fight. Yeah, I think that's what we would call good enough damage.
Yeah, unless there's a Godric death, Helios is screwed.
I mean, Shura's already almost is at the phase transition. We were talking about his boss fight execution. I think you can see there with the speed, even with like suboptimal damage. There it is.
That's big for Shura. Ties the game at 6-6.
And really, I mean, that's 3 snipes. This one in particular, just massive against Helios.
There is a... Oh, no way! Oh, that might be GG's. That's... I didn't expect that, for sure. Okay.
Yeah, we see Helios say that might be GG's. I think at this spot, if I'm Helios, you double prep. Like, I would go set up a Grace by Leon. Like, I would go get the first Grace in Castle Morn, then go for Millicent's Needle.
Yep.
To protect yourself. This is like, you can't lose both these squares, obviously.
And if you're Shura here, right, you forced Helios into one of two squares. He's going to do one of them. I don't think the bingo line is viable necessarily.
Yeah.
But I think this is where you may want to go Altis. I think he might even be looking at Kayla, Dragon Barrel Boss, Sorcery only, because he's close to having the board shut down as well.
Yeah.
He just has to get column 5 in row 2, which Altis Hero's Grave would do on its own. Might be looking at Millicent's Needle, though. Where's he running?
I mean, setting
Meteor's
up sorcery only, then going Millicent's Needle gives you a second threat, column 2.
Yeah.
Especially because Shura might think that he has a big capital lead with 2 Remembrance Bosses dead. Helios does have 1 dead in the Grace before Godric.
Very true. We'll have to see how this plays out, but we could see a race between column 5 and column 2 here out of the players. Helios gets laying in.
Yeah. Yeah, the column 5 is definitely interesting. Like, if the Altus prep is equal, though.
Yeah.
We'll see Shura here going for O'Neal. I can't imagine he actually fights this. I mean, he could.
He is.
Oh, he is.
I think you forgot who we're talking about here.
The damage just isn't good enough. This is very risky.
It's a bold call, but...
Yeah, I would go Baboosh now. You've done a good amount of damage.
You've essentially lured him over to the Babooshes.
Yeah.
Although if he can get a riposte, which he's got to be close.
Oh, God.
Is a miss.
Maybe just Torrent Tech from this point out?
I think so. This was probably faster than Baboosh's. But, I mean,
yeah,
very
probably.
risky.
But really risky. Great job, though. Nicely done.
Got it done. I mean, we talked about that, I mean, before the game, right? Sure is very willing to do the risky thing, and we were talking more in terms of board placement, square choice, but also just did what kind of fights he's willing to take. I think a lot of people in his position would maybe have gone up to do the damage and then run over. May have just gone straight up still for the lure him into the swamp and baboosh him tech.
Yeah, I think, Roddy, is it fair to say that Shura's play today has been both malicious and evil?
Yeah, I was going to go for toxic when he was hiding stuff earlier, but I think at this point we can call it outright malicious and evil. This has been just honestly masterful in terms of how he's controlling information and his square selection and prep.
The fuck?
Helios is going for the skip, and he's definitely losing time.
I have never had a problem there.
He might just think this is what he has to do,
life
though.
before with not rolling. There we go. Holy fuck.
There we go.
Like, I've had other problems there, but not rolling was not one of them. Okay, at least we got that down.
Shura here's going for Celia skip to get up to... the other thing, too, is this also does prep, get him in a nice spot for Grail without status effects, which... Millicent's Needle into Grail without status effects will almost shut down the board. Only line left would be row 2. And it would give him a 8-7 lead, assuming Helios here is obviously going to get Leonine.
And he's also just more ready for Caled Dragon Barrel Boss Sorcery only, so he could push that, push it to 9/7.
Okay, fuck off, dude. Okay, fuck right off. Fuck right off right now. Get out of here.
Also, I don't have the board, but when did Helios last mark? What?
Helios's last mark before Leonine was 49-17.
It's a pretty significant gap. It'll be hard to read for Shura. Was that Blue Retta or Smithing plus 12?
That was Smithing 12.
There's a world where Shura thinks Helios is already in Altis for sure then.
Well, he's
with that
gonna
information.
have a slight lead on Altis. Yeah, no stake skips are allowed. I saw a question about that. A common one's a Radon stake skip. A stake skip is where basically you jump to your death near a stake of America and skip to a place that you shouldn't have had access to.
Yeah, Radon skip, you can jump off by Church of Millicent and spawn right by the teleporter in
Yeah.
Radon's arena. Which would be really insanely fast bingo tech, but is
Yeah.
banned. For the reason of it would be insane bingo tech.
Yeah, and because also you can sequence break with it. You can actually stake skip to Radon and kill Radon before the festival's even active.
Yep. Really ruins a lot of the information given by the
Yeah.
Radon squares in terms of my opponent made it to Altis, right?
Helios, they're just accidentally clicked Warm Face. It's all good.
Yep. Click and unclick. Allowed as long as it's an accident.
Yeah, it was clearly an
That might have
accident.
been malicious and evil.
Maybe.
Chara pivoted out. I don't know if it was due to that.
I mean, he might just be going to Tactus and Grill without status effects.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I think as long as Shura gets a block on column 5, like, yes, column 2 is still open, but it's not the biggest. Like, you're basically just playing a majority game at that point.
Yeah, sure, realistically can just do Grail, Caled, Sorcery only and be ready to go with half the deck disc right now.
The only thing that is concerning is, Helios getting a lead on Altis, right? Eleonora straight into Wormface is a very quick double square.
Yep. And then
Yeah,
back
actually-
down to Radon.
Or, I guess, Helios didn't do Death Touch, right? But, there's a second Black Knife, too.
Yep.
Also, Helios did not grab a single Grace, so this is all in. If he dies, he gets sent all the way back.
A lot of confidence.
It's a bold move, Cotton.
Let's see if it pays off.
Guess it doesn't matter. Now it matters.
Very nice. I mean, lightning damage, dragon scale.
Oh, that's just beautiful.
Fantastic work there by Helios.
Yeah, it does not get better than that.
Yeah.
No reason to grab the Graces when that's what you're working with, right?
Yep. Injura here is just grabbing Tactus. And if you had any weapon other than, like, if you didn't have a lightning damage weapon, I would be totally on board with it. But you saw how fast and relatively safe for virgins it can be with lightning damage. So I am fairly shocked that he went Tactus.
Yep. I mean, yeah, so Helios has the mover's advantage on Altis here.
Oh! Wait, did he grab a Grace? I don't know what that. I'd never seen that skip.
That's
I hope.
GG's.
I think he's back in Volcano Manor.
Oh my god!
That's a big time loss. That is a minute or two at least.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna go as far. I see some people like Helios even said that might be GG's. I see some people saying that's game. I'm not gonna go that far, but
Had Shura gone virgins, it was, but
yeah, I mean that's brutal. Also, got to mention, I believe that's the first death of the match too, and literally one of the most costly deaths of the entire season.
yeah, because Helios would have been at Eleonora almost by the time Shura pivoted to this running section he's in, right?
Yeah.
Like, he probably would have been in the fight right now.
Yeah.
Shura is going to be, like, right behind him now in Altis. And this is what we were talking about earlier of, like, this is going to be a game of, like, small time saves.
Yeah.
And losing that much time is actually going to take what was a huge advantage in Helios taking this fight to, like,
Yeah.
pretty minimal 30-second head start here.
Yeah, because like Helios could have had Eleonora dead probably by the time Shura got into Altis.
Yeah.
And been safe on Eleonora and Wormface, right?
Yep. Did grab a grace there. That was... Oh, that was bad.
Yeah. And this was something that Nartok like talked to me about, you know, when he talked about, if you guys remember in the quarterfinals, Nartok making that lobster play. He was like, you know, sometimes in the playoffs you might see, out of respect for your opponent, right, players really pushing to make plays and do things optimally. And as a result, you might also see more mistakes than you did during the regular season.
Yep. Very interesting skip right there. Saves a good chunk of time versus running around and back over here. Failing it is, I mean, clearly incredibly detrimental. I think 2 tries at that if you have the Virgin's Grace is actually reasonable, though.
Yeah.
That's
brutal.
gonna be rough. Now, depending on which direction both players go here, I mean, like Helios is gonna semi-prep Hero's Grave. Shura might have time to get to Eleonora or Wormface and be ahead on those.
Helios has to sit. He's still trapped. Yeah, I think Helios can win Wormface, but I don't see any way that he wins Eleonora.
Both Eleonora and Wormface. Because there was a chance for him here to get all 3 early Altis squares in Hero's Grave, Wormface, Eleonora. Which would have been really, really powerful. That is kind of a pipe dream now.
Yeah.
Pretty dependent on Shura choosing the wrong path.
I gotta say that this has been a fascinating game 1.
Yep. We are looking at a Wormface race here.
And I don't know, for me personally, I'm not going to go as far as to say that's game, like in terms of the death, especially because I actually think if Helios didn't die there, I think despite how well Shura's played, he'd be in a pretty commanding spot, right? Getting Wormface and Eleonora a 9-7 lead going into an end game with Moog and Capital on the board, like I would back Helios in that, 90% of the time.
100%.
Now I think it's a lot more even.
Very much. Oh, Deathblight.
Nice. I got stamina, so I thought I might as well take the riposte.
Well, this is quite the start to Wormface. Sorry about done.
Oh shit, I almost died there.
And that will be Helios' square.
Whatever.
Come
Yeah,
on,
there's
thank you for the super
Wormface.
chat as well.
And Shura did go for Wormface, so that's a snipe.
Yep.
Shura's stream is slightly delayed, so he'll see the mark here in just a second. Yeah, he was in the fight. Immediate pivot out. I'm going to refresh Shura's stream to see if we can get it more on par with Helios's here.
Definitely. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Amon. Appreciate you, brother. What's up? Helios running up towards.
Maybe looking at Black Knives.
Yeah, Black
Or just
Knives,
setting up a
also
Grace before
Grace.
the Grace before DTS, yeah.
Yep, DTS.
Yeah, Shura's definitely closer to Eleonora here.
I don't think he's going for it though.
No, I don't think so either.
Which is really interesting.
I mean, it's possible he's thinking set up the Grace before DTS. You have 2 Shard Bearers dead. Go sorcery only, and then race to Morgott, right?
Or just he got worm face. I've either just straight up lost Eleonora. So I might as well set up my second Black Knife and like when he gets here, maybe pivot back,
Yeah.
right?
And there's the Somber 5 that you can grab here on the way to the Black Knife. That Shura's
Exactly.
going for.
But I think seeing worm face early and pivoting out late, you assume you've just kind of lost Eleonora right there, probably.
Yeah. Because that routing from Helios is not... I haven't seen that skip in Bingo.
Very
That's-
weird.
Yeah. And I think Helios here... Yeah, Helios is looking at Eleonora. He's going to go kill Yura.
That makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, sure, we'll still have to do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it could
But
also
yeah,
just
Shura
go
is just
Grail
going
here.
Black Knife.
I mean, if you're sure, you may want Helios to spend time on this line.
Yeah.
You can get Black Knife here. You can just, once he's done with it, go get Grail. It's a tough spot, though. We're looking very much at a majority game with Helios in the driver's seat.
Mm-hmm. Is he not going for the Black Knife? Oh my god, no, he's setting up this Hero's Grave.
Oh, I like this. This is a sack out play.
Yeah, this is a crazy play. This Hero's Grave is not the optimal one. Like, it's slower. Also, there could have done a duelist here, because there's it doesn't have to be a duelist boss, and there's a duelist in this Hero's Grave.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he's actually not even setting up the Hero's Grave. He's just going to go Hero's Grave first to get the block. This will shut down the... Hero's Grave does shut down the board.
Smart. Does sure know his way through here, I think is the big question.
I'm sure he does, might have just needed a wrong turn to jog his memory.
Yeah, because this is a longer hero, for sure.
This is an extremely weird game. I don't know what to think right now.
Yeah, we see Helios saying this is an extremely weird game. I agree. And, like, I think clearly this was what the type of game Shura wanted to play here. I don't think he wanted to play, like, didn't want to play a straight up honest game against Helios, right? Wanted to play, make it weird.
Yeah, Eleonora down.
Helios will take the 9-7 lead here with Eleonora.
Yeah.
But I think important to note here, if you're keeping track of square advantages and where they're at, Shura is almost certainly getting Hero's Grave here. Might even end up being a snipe, depending on how it goes.
Well,
he has
Shura
the advantage on Grail, Spirit Ash
Black
Summon
Knight.
Plus for Sorcery and Black Knight. He has something done for all of those.
Very slightly on sorcery. Yeah, I guess he has meteorite stuff.
Very slightly, yeah. He has the staff he needs. He'll probably need the interior and sorcery still, but like that is a running section he doesn't have to do to go get the staff when it comes to that square. And I think he's a little closer to it as well. With
Helios checks the sorceries at tops. They were dog shit. So Shura here will lure the duelist. And Helios is doing another... I'm really surprised he's not just going for Pumpkinhead, doing another kind of out-of-the-way sorcery check in Raya Lucaria here.
If this hits, it's worth it, but...
It's a big if. Tibia summons, yeah.
A great Ash of War and a terrible spell. Alright. They're taking care of all the imps. That duelist is not cooperating as much as he would hope. Will he knock it out here with the riposte? Not quite. That'll get him all the way through this. We'll stay full screen with Shura here as he seeks to finish this up. Helios will be making his way towards DTS and Capital, which is... I mean, that's going to be a pretty good setup for him, right? You still have Morgott and Dung Eater on the board. Those two squares, at this point, will definitely be in contention. The door is open for Shura. He just has to wait on this last... Yep.
Sorry, I was muted. Helios going for DTS. Using the holy weapon because, actually smart. He has it plus 12. DTS is weak to holy, strong against lightning, so makes sense.
Yep. There's maybe an argument to get a frost off first, but that's really weird optimization. You'd need to know a lot more about damage because you do have bleed on this weapon, right?
Helios gets tagged. Oof. Oh, he's in a bad loop.
Yeah, he needs to back up here and reset a little bit, I think.
Shura gets the hero's grave down.
Easy Heroes of War fight. The worry for that hero's grave is much more getting through it than that fight.
Helios out of flasks.
He did Hero's Grave.
There it is.
Nice clutch up. And Shura here is just going to go finish up the Black Knife. This will tie up... Not going to finish up the Black Knife? Okay.
Interesting. Helios does still need to kill Godric.
Yes.
That'll be pretty quick, but I think he actually has to run through Stormveil as well. No, he does have Secluded Cell, okay.
Okay, no. Shura does go for Assassin, while Helios is going for Godric.
Just an insanely close game.
Yeah. I think this one's going to come down to, like, Mo, Lord of Blood, Radahn's Great Rune, because neither player is killed. Both players have 2 Shardbearers dead, none of which is Radahn.
Yeah, we really zeroed in on that square early, and it just did not become relevant, which is interesting.
Well, yeah, because we had the early Remembrance race, right? So neither player tried to synergize Radahn as one of their 2 Shardbearers for Capital. Shura gets the Black Knife down. Very nicely done.
At Morgott. What does that mean? That he has just done 2 random Black Knives. I don't know. I'm not sure.
9-9 here.
Helios is slightly concerned that he did the Black Knife before Morgott. but obviously not the case. Not
That
the
would
case.
be very
Yeah.
funny. It's going to be interesting. Now Helios definitely has an advantage on Morgott Dung Eater. Shura is still at the advantage on Spirit Ash Summon, somewhat
Yeah.
Grail, somewhat Kaled. I mean, Kaled in general, I think Shura is
Yeah.
just a little more progressed into.
Yeah, you can see because like the board time versus both these guys have played really well today, in terms of their actual execution. But Shura in particular has made this game very strange. In pace, in timing is all out of whack right now compared to typical.
Yeah. Looking at this board, each player needs 4 squares from here to win. I think
Yeah.
Capital might be the wrong move for Shura, almost certainly.
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely with Helios ahead.
I mean, even just in general,
Yeah.
though, you have... I think you can get Grail, Radon,
Grail plus
Kaled
4
boss.
sorcery. I think, yeah, Grail plus 4 and sorcery only. And then,
Great Rune or Moog.
yeah.
I'm sure here, I think Capital is a little bit of a pipe dream. You also probably assume you have some priority on it, though, because of Remembrance.
The thing is, Shura probably thinks he's behind on Radon's Great Rune, because there's no way he's going to predict that Helios also did Renala in Godric, right?
Yep.
So whether he obviously doesn't know if Helios is in capital or not yet, but regardless, I would, if I was in Shura's position, anticipate that Helios killed Radon.
I think
and
splitting Capital also actually works really well here.
Yeah.
Still.
I know I said it wasn't going to happen, but now I'm wondering if overtime's possible, given how weird this game has played out.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, this board was very spread out.
Yeah.
Identifying synergies early was hard. You had to go to Lanin, you have to go to Moog, you have to go to Capital, like, pretty all over the map. Both players spent a lot of time in Rhea as well, which was, like, not a huge area in terms of squares, but became pivotal, right, with how they were approaching the rest of the squares.
Yeah, if it does come down to overtime, one thing to keep in mind is that, like, the square number, like, 2 hours is the hard cap, so you could see the player who's behind on square count going for something weird, like, not optimal to get to 13, but you have to force a tie to have overtime, right? Like, if it's 12-11, it's just game.
This game going to time would be the least expected option, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the odds in Vegas on a timer win on this one would have been, I don't know, plus 10,000.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
The betting odds on overtime or winning by time would be obscene. Because we were talking about how these are the 2 fastest square pace players.
Yeah, and like there's literally only been one death. They've played fast. It's just been longer board plus weird game. And Shura pivots after DTS.
Kind of like that. Probably looking at sorcery only here.
Yeah.
I think that's good. He leaves himself Dung Eater open, but won't have to worry about getting sniped on more.
Okay.
There's gold free down for Helios.
Yep. I mean, the nice thing about this line as well is if we do get to Moog, I think this will put Helios well ahead on levels.
Is he going to Weeping for the Spirit Ash? That seems very strange.
You could also use Irina or the Maiden's Blood, correct?
Yes, actually.
For Moog. So there is actually synergy here.
Yeah.
You could make Moog very fast if we get down to that. Not if... Even if you go this way, this Grace is probably still faster.
Probably, yeah.
So somewhat setting up a very late kind of small idea here. I don't know if Helios grabbed the Grace by Irina on his way to Leonin.
I don't remember.
I can't imagine he did. He was
Yeah.
really trying to rush that for the block.
Yeah, I can't imagine you'd be thinking about that either when you're trying to get a block to keep the game alive, right?
Yeah, because if we get to Moog, Helios may be a little closer to Magnus, but has
I thought he marked the square just now.
nothing near a Maiden where he would want to, like, I mean, the Vike Maiden's far away, Arena's far away, getting back to Perch is far away. Chapel of Anticipation. Helios is just locked in on this fight.
Very nice roll on the explosion.
Unfortunately, I cannot do the YOLO dodge. I'm not that guy. Ow.
Misses out on a stagger and gets hit hard.
Yeah, it's clipped by those summoned swords. That'll be it.
Yeah, very nice job by Helios there.
Sure, should feel good about that. Morgott pivoting out of capital.
The only problem is, like, you kind of wasted time on DTS unless you want to try to go aggressive for Dung Eater. This is gonna be a crazy endgame.
Yeah, I think Dung Eater is essentially lost, right? Because you didn't go into capital and at least get out of the balcony. Although Helios going Dung Eater here is actually probably a losing play for him because that takes a while. He didn't grab the Seedbed Curse. He'll have to go back and forth, do the dialogue, get down into the sewers, do the fight, which is not free at all. And in that time, Shura can probably do at least 1 or 2 squares. Keep it tied.
Helios is looking at sorcery only now. He goes to a Gillick North. That clearly tells me he's going for Pumpkinhead.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Spirit Ash +4.
I don't care about that.
Use
I
the
literally don't care
Jellyfish
about
Ash, my beloved.
that. That's a square I made no progress towards except grabbing 1 Grace and Weeping. If I have first movers on sorcery only, that's way more important.
Oh, and same play out of Shura here.
Yeah. Helios moved quicker, but Shura has Meteorite Staff already.
Exactly. And Shura is closer to the Cemetery Shade in Caelid. But just because of Helios having the advantage already in this fight, I think those will pretty much even out. It's going to be close as well. This is a big square for both these players.
Also, according to Vaughn, he said he's pretty sure Helios grabbed the Seedbed Curse.
Okay. That helps a lot.
I trust Vaughn. He's very on it.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay. The rest of chat's confirming he did get Seedbed. There's
All right, so
Comet
Dung-
and Ambush Shard. 2 usable sorceries. Helios has to go get a staff, though.
Yeah, both players can just level into the sorceries at this point, I think, as well. Helios.
Yeah, Shura has 103,000. Helios has 200,000.
So no reason to go pick up the int tier here for either player.
Yeah. Ooh, this is going to be close. Helios doesn't have a great grace for Semshade. Helios has a much better grace for Semshade. I think, or sorry, Shura has a much better grace for Semshade. I think Shura wins this.
Yeah, Shura. Just from the earlier prep he did in Kaled is going to have this.
Yeah, and Meteorite Staff is better.
Yeah.
The only way he doesn't is if he can't level into it.
Also put both players very close to Radon. But I think if you're Shura, it's sorcery only, Grail, and then you just run Moog.
Is Helios going for Battle Mage Hugh?
I hope not. Could just be.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he's obviously
disgraced.
strong against magic damage.
Like, Grace
Or
is
is he?
useful for
No, he
Great
might be
Rune.
splitting Prio. He might be splitting Progress. He might be going for Grill without status effects.
Yeah, setting up Radon's Great Rune there with that Grace, and then maybe also setting up something closer to Grail.
Yeah, and yeah, gets a Grace for Radon's Great Rune. Holy hell, he is going for Battle Mage Hugh. And Shura pivots out.
Shura might just think he doesn't have the runes and wants to do Grail first.
Yeah.
have
No
one-
way.
That Grace
this-
I
also
have
works
half one here,
for
it's my
Radon's
favorite.
Great Rune.
This'll work.
Okay, let's try the Phalanx. Nope.
No, that
That's
is
not doing. That's not gonna work.
not going to work for Helios.
I thought he could have maybe
Okay.
done it, but
That's a very strong maybe.
yeah.
What's Shura up to?
He's grabbing int tier.
Fair enough. I really thought he'd have enough money.
Or just killing those two hands so you can warp out immediately and not have to quit out.
Smart.
This is such a tense endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Shura gets sorcery only. Helios has a bit of prio on Radon's Great Rune. And Dung Eater. Shura has prio on Grill without status effects. Moog Lord of
Yeah.
Blood's 50-50.
The path to victory feels clear for Shura. Because either way, you have to get to 12, I think, before you do Moog.
I think it's clear for both of them.
It's clear. I just think Shura is going to have... Grail
Yeah.
and Sorcery only are the two squares you'd want to get to
Yeah.
12 here. Radon and Dung Eater are such long squares.
Helios is going for this fort to take the teleporter to take him to get closer to the Semshade in Radon Grace.
Yep. This is actually probably his fastest way there with the graces he has. And Shura is entering the fight with his number one op, the Simshade. And the damage is really good.
Looks like Helios is going for Radon.
And there's the sim shade for Shura.
There's a Sem Shade.
Okay, he did the source only. The question is... fuck me, bro. I actually don't know what to do. I might be able to get Radon's Rune.
Yeah, Helios is at a loss. I have never seen him not know what to do in an endgame.
Yep. Because now there's, I mean, all three are good options for Shura.
Shura's going Dung Eater?
I kind of like that.
Ooh.
The thing is, if you get sniped on either Radon or Dung Eater, you just go to Grail.
Yeah.
And if you go to one of these squares right now and get them, you can just go to Grail and win versus Moog.
Yeah.
I think
Also,
holding Grail and doing something else here is like pretty fine for him.
As a reminder,
Also-
make sure to stick around after the game for a special announcement. And things are going to be a little different. Game 2 will be tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. American Eastern Time.
Yep.
That's not good.
As well as game 3, if we have it, we'll immediately
Yeah,
follow.
Game 3 will be immediately after if necessary.
Big stagger for Helios and Punish. That is going to be a very low phase 2 Radon.
I feel like I'm hitting something that's not Radon from the sounds this shit's making.
You might be able to just clean this up in the phase transition.
Get another cross proc. Ideally.
Not quite.
One more hit, yeah.
There it is.
There's Radon down. If I'm Helios, I think you go Grail now.
You go Grail or Dung Eater right now. I think you have to hold this no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah, Shura does technically still have a bingo on the diagonal. However, it is irrelevant because either player would hit 13 squares before the bingo happens.
Hey, you never know. That is how math works, but you never know. You can make it happen.
Helios doesn't hold, by the way. He's going straight for the Great Rune.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a right choice there. Holding it's probably better if you have all the information.
Honestly,
but
though,
honestly,
Helios has a slightly better grace setup generally for Moog. Depending on when, like, Helios should get Radon before Shura gets Dung Eater, assuming they don't hard pivot. Oh no! Helios jumped too far off of Torrent and missed a quit out. That's a big time loss.
oh,
Yeah, so kind of scratch that idea. What I was going to say is, like, by the time Shura gets Dung Eater, Helios could have Radon's Great Rune done and be working on Grail without status effects, and then Shura would be done with his square first, like he'd get to 12 first, but Helios would have a bit of a grace lead for Moog Lord of Blood, and it'd be a fairly even race. That kind of goes a bit out of the window now with that. I mean, it's not a massive time loss, probably 45 to 60 seconds. And Shura double preps. Shura pivots out. He's going for Grail. No, never mind, actually.
in a round table hold. Still had to talk to Dung Eater here. I assumed he was just running all the way for the Grace before he did this.
Yeah.
Which, like, makes sense. He didn't really have anything else in capital that was nearby. Might as well.
Yeah, like an uncharacteristic mistake for Helios, like, you know, maybe a bit rattled.
Yeah, it's really hard to know what to do here.
Yeah. Also, we see Shura making absolutely sure he finished Dung Eater's dialogue. There is a weird glitch where if you miss the last line of his dialogue, he will just not appear in his cell even after you get the key.
Yep. And also just getting the +5 upgraded and heading back in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good question, Anna. Does Helios pivot, or does Shura pivot if Helios marks Great Rune? Maybe.
I think the timing's going to be too awkward here for...
Yeah, I think
pivot.
he'll be like right next to Dung Eater. Cora, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate it.
Also, I mean, that's still just Dung Eater Moog, right? At that point, you
Yeah.
can maybe send Grail, but... He's probably going to leave Helios with Grail and start working on Moog Quest.
Yeah. All right, Helios will mark Great Rune in just a second, but we'll go full screen with Shura for Dung Eater. Dung Eater is also a menace. Like, he's crazy high scaled. Like, this is not an easy fight.
No, this might be one of the hardest fights in Bingo, especially with that hand paralyzing you.
Can he get out?
Wow, that was really good dodging.
There's Radon's Great Rune for Helios.
That hand is trying to make itself known.
There goes Dung Eater.
What's Shura's call here?
No! No, dude. Fuck.
Helios goes for Grail without status effects. Shura has a closer Grace if he races it, but also just could set up Moog.
No, he's going for it.
He's going for it. This is a race for the game.
That is a ballsy call from Shura. I love it, though.
If Shura gets this, he will win game 1. If Helios gets this, it'll be down to a Moog race.
This is just going to come down to how well the baby dragons play.
Yeah, I mean, there's a speed element to it, obviously, and Shura is ahead, but easy to make mistakes on this fight. These guys hit crazy hard, especially if you get double hit, you're just insta dead.
They can group up. That's always an option. With the last couple ones you can clean up. These two are pretty isolated, but... Dragon Scale Blade's going to be putting in work here.
So this will also be Helios if he does go down, his first playoff loss. Both of Shura's sets went to a game 3 in the quarterfinals and semifinals. Helios has been 4-0 though so far through these playoffs, with a 2-0 win over Stacko and then a 2-0 win over Nartok.
Shura's third.
Two dragons left for Shura, and he will call game.
Helios is close behind. It's going to be a lot about how these two bottom dragons play for Shura. They're both aggro, but one is moving away here towards him. And that's exactly what he wants to see. Yep, and the other one's standing back. That's going to about wrap up the game without a colossal error.
Yeah.
The biggest worry was those two deciding to be best friends.
One more dragon for Shura.
There it is.
There it is. That's the third dragon. He just needs to hit Mama Girl once.
Oh.
And that's game. Shura wins game 1. Shura gets the win in game 1 and puts one hand on the title. He is just one win away from becoming Elden Square Season 2 champion.
He's right there. And based on how he played that game, Helios is going to have an uphill battle. Shura played maybe the best game of bingo I've ever seen. That was incredible.
I had to beat this motherfucker.
He made
again.
so many moves that had both of us scratching our heads.
What
And
the hell is this?
I think at the end there, regardless of what he chose to do, he was either being ahead in a Moog race, or, I mean, we saw
I
he
feel
just
like
straight up
I'm-
won without getting to
I
that
don't know
point.
what to do. I
Dung
don't
Eater
know
was a
how I
bold
can-
call. Pivot straight to
Turn this
Grail,
thing
insanely
in.
bold. I mean, well played, well deserved for sure there in game 1.
Yeah. And we heard the final comment there from Shura. I'm not sure if you heard it. It was, I have to beat this motherfucker again.
Sure was like, I just did all the work. What do you mean there's a game 2? That was
Yeah.
incredible. Dude, that was, I mean, game of the season for sure, right
Yeah.
there.
We will bring the boys in for just a minute here for a post-match interview. But we have a very exciting announcement to make. Well, it's exciting and, you know, a bit sad.
A little both.
Yeah. So first things first, I want to say Elden Squares Bingo has been hosted in Zero Scratch since its inception. I've been a part of the Zero Scratch community for over a year, and been a part of the leadership team of Zero Scratch for almost a year. It was a very tough decision for myself as well as some of you guys, but you know, we've decided that the best route forward will be for Elden Squares to move to a new server called Ignite. Ratty's going to talk more about Ignite in just a second, but I want to personally thank Zero Scratch on behalf of both myself and the entirety of the Elden Squares community for everything that they've done for us. Talking about the community first, initially when Elden Squares started, I found a group. There was a group that was playing bingo. They found me. I was playing bingo elsewhere, and they invited me to their server. And despite leaving, that was one of the best things that ever happened to me. I was able to, get the group together, and we organized events and things, and it was really special what we were able to do and the community that we were able to create. It's sad for me. I'm very excited about Ignite, but it's sad to leave it behind. I still have a lot of great friends in Zero Scratch. I'm excited to be a part of the community there, from not a leadership perspective, but just a community member perspective. There are a bunch of great people and good friends there, and I appreciate everything that they did for Elden Squares and myself, and they're awesome. So I love Zero Scratch. For a long time, it was my home. It'll still be my home. But we'll be moving to Ignite. Before Ratty talks about that, just on the personal side, I just want to say thank you so much to Zero Scratch. The community members and I'm very blessed to call them friends. And Zero Scratch did so much for me. And I don't know that I would be here today, as in like still streaming, if not for Zero Scratch. Ultimately, the decision to leave was just made because of philosophical differences between the leadership team on how we wanted things run. There was a group that, saw things a different way, including myself. And I think this new project, Ignite, is going to be the best home for Elden Squares, as well as other events. And I'm going to pass the floor over to Ratty to talk about that.
Definitely. So Ignite's something I'm really excited about. There's a really passionate group that includes me and who's behind it. The goal is leadership through service. We want the leaders to be supporting the community, running events as much as possible. The idea is to just have a group where you can do any kind of competitive Elden Ring, whether you be a beginner or whether you're like at the highest level of competition, like Helios and Shura, right? So I've thrown up the link for it, but we're going to be hosting for sure weekly rando races. Elden Squares is obviously going to have a home there, as well as some smaller bingo tournaments. We're already working on a couple different seed runs, including a very special nightmare seed, which might be the hardest randomizer seed I've ever seen. So there is a huge variety of events, and like, it's not just about competing in the events. If you just want to watch, if you just want to learn more about Elden Ring, like, everyone's welcome. I've always been driven personally, and I think I speak for the rest of the team here, to like really form a community that's a lot bigger than just Elden Ring and the competition. And I think with what we've set up already, we're in a place to do that. I obviously want to build my own community, but I really want to have something bigger than just me and what I'm doing. And it feels like being a part of this is that. And then the last thing we're doing that I'm really excited about, we already have a setup for Night Rain matchmaking. So whether you're on PS5, Xbox, PC, there'll be a space for that as well, right? It's going to be all things Souls. This is not just an Elden Ring server. The goal is to have the community come together and grow as, the games change. Obviously, right now it's going to be Elden Ring focused, but who knows what the next games are going to look like and how they're going to play with the more team-focused setting FromSoft is going for in Duskbloods and Night Rain. I'm also looking at starting a Night Rain bounty. That's just something I've always been really excited about doing, is kind of running events myself. And this felt like the space where I could do that as we were kind of creating it and coming up with what we wanted it to look like. So, if you want to keep watching Elden Squares, if you just want to start getting into this stuff, or you just want to be a part of a community, Ignite's going to be the spot. And like the leadership team, I love the focus and vision we have on like creating, a competitive, healthy space that should be a lot of fun. So I encourage you all to join. It's going to be a good time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it, man.
I'm super excited about it. Obviously, sad to be leaving Zero Scratch. We're very excited. Just a few other things. I will. Elden Squares will be running as it was, and I will be hosting bingo tournaments in Ignite. A few other things I just want to touch on, and then I'll talk a little bit more specifically about bingo. The initial leadership team we're calling ourselves the Fire Keepers. Will include myself, Helios, Nexus, Ratty, Shura, Harv, Sci-Fi, Ellie, and Rambler. I want you guys to know that we always want the leadership team to be representative of the active community. So it's going to be, leadership team might change over time. Well, it will change over time, right?
That's the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal. The goal is to create something that's bigger than any one of us. So as a result, every single member of the leadership team currently has something they're responsible for. That people might leave the leadership team, and that's perfectly okay. And also, if you guys have ideas for events that you want to run, that sort of thing, we encourage you to do that there. And we'd be happy to give you resources to help you run your own events in Ignite. Additionally, just to be very clear, this is not just for people who pick up the sticks in terms of Elden Ring. Harv is going to be hosting Jeopardy, as well as we have plans for other trivia things to get the community involved. So that way, even if you don't have to be good at the game. You just have to know about the game. It'll be Souls focused trivia, including other things, not just Elden Ring, and maybe also some variety trivia stuff. We also play a lot of variety games. I know there's a big Among Us contingent. So if you want to get into that, and yeah, server's open. This is the public release. Finally, in regards to bingo, I want to say that the Rookie Rumble Round 2, Rookie Rumble is the beginners only bingo event. That's going to be starting in July. Exact date is a little bit TBD, depends on, how long people are playing Night Rain and all this stuff. But yeah, Rookie Rumble Round 2 will be in July. There are resources to help you get into bingo, as well as the old Rookie Rumble Square set. Obviously, the old one will be updated before Round 2 starts. Additionally, I know, particularly my YouTube chat, I saw us talking a bit about vanilla bingo. I probably will be putting out a call out to see, if people are interested in vanilla. If there is a big interest in vanilla, I might run a vanilla bingo event, so that way you can play on console, potentially at the same time as Rookie Rumble, maybe slightly after. We'll see about that. Depends on what interests are. But very excited about this new project. Again, thank you so much to Zero Scratch. It's a great community, and I still love them very dearly. And by no means is this one or the other, right? Please, I'm going to be playing in events in Zero Scratch. I'm going to be doing the Night Rain at Home challenge that's hosted by Stocko. I invite you guys to play in their events and everything as well. It's just a new chapter for us. So thank you very much. And with that being said, let's bring the boys in here for a little interview.
Let's do it.
Welcome in, gentlemen. Welcome in.
Well, hello.
Hello.
GG's.
Beautiful game.
Yeah, that was, we just did the Night Rain, the Ignited announcement.
Yeah, I was sitting there confused for 2 minutes. What's going on here? Why am I not being pulled in? And then I was like, wait, announcement, right?
Yeah. But that was one hell of a game.
Yeah.
I'm sure I want to start with you. We saw you playing a very different style in that game, kind of similar to how you played Nexus, a lot of trapping, a lot of hiding prep. It made it a really weird game and rattled Helios. I think Stocko said at one point Helios was looking silly, which is something we hadn't seen before. Was that kind of your strategy going into this game? Or was it just how you felt like playing?
That's just how I like to play, but I was more or less waiting for smithing 12 to be marked. Because, obviously he did the Magma Worm and Kaled, and I know, so he could do smithing 12 route in Kaled and Liurnia instead of having to go all the way through Precipice and getting Altus. And I was waiting for that square to be marked before I could do really anything on deciding on what to push. The things I did want to push were column 2 and row 4. So I was somewhat prepping for those. I knew I needed one, I wanted to push him into Millicent's Needle because I hate that square. So I wanted to prep the duo. Mostly the Clean Rock Knight duo just signals to me that you have a weapon online. And so as long as he doesn't mark anything that shows that, then I can kind of keep doing whatever I want. Or at least that's the square I go for immediately. It's Clean Rock Knight duo. As soon as I get a weapon online, it's Exikes and duo are one of the best squares to just get out of the way. Because it led into Kaled Dragon Barrel bosses. There's 2 duelists. You're around that area. It's the only reason I really did Deathroot. My game plan was to go C check Greatsword, go to Liurnia, pop balloons, and then get my weapon online, and then go Magma Worm. But bro was doing that, I guess, or he did that. So I did Deathroot instead. I'm guessing I wonder, did you go Rock Grease into
No, I just went straight there, like through Limgrave, because I needed to sell at the merchant to get a little bit of money to build my weapon.
Yeah. That's the only reason I went to Liurnia, because I was like, I need one extra level. I guess I should have just sold my shit, but I was
Yeah, I
like,
sold my shit.
I was kind of hoping like if I run into Liurnia, the thing was purple, the halberd check, and it was fucking Loretta's. I was hoping it was like Dragon Halberd or something like that. That would have immediately, I would have gone somewhere else.
I'm happy it wasn't, because I hate that weapon, but yeah.
Yeah. For you, Shura, particularly at the end, we heard you say like, I got to beat this guy again. Obviously, you two are fantastic Big O players. How are you feeling about going into, game 2 and potentially 3 tomorrow?
I mean, I'm feeling good. It's like, all right, I can beat him at least once. At least it shows that. A goal was to not get too owed. So, and I especially wanted to win today because I didn't really like the idea of going into the next set tomorrow already down one. Like I don't know how or like every time I've lost, like, or I guess it only happened the one time, but when I lost the first game, I wanted to go back in immediately to like, it's like to redeem myself. So I knew I didn't want to lose this one, just because of how, yeah, I don't know how I'll play like the first game. Like I don't usually play that good on the first game, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, you played great today, and then Ratty, do you have anything for Shura before you talk to Helios here?
I not really already answered it. I mean, towards the end there, the Dung Eater push, I kind of wanted to question that. I feel like you had a really easy out with Grail and Moog and went for the much more psychotic play of Dung Eater into Grail.
Was that really psychotic? I don't think
I mean,
that's psychotic. Because
yeah, knowing you didn't have capital, I feel in like it just felt like claiming one square and going Moog felt so logical. But I was just kind of trying to hear your thoughts on that in game, I guess.
I thought of it, but I wanted to. So when you're, I don't know, like Exex or not Exex, Grail was still there, and Grail's like a really easy, like quick square to just immediately grab. So during that time, I was like, okay, well, I don't want to waste my time doing this. Dung Eater, like, why the fuck are you gonna push that? I was expecting the flip side. I was expecting Dung Eater into Moog, Grail, and then I was expecting Helios to get Grail. I wasn't expecting Restore off that. I was expecting like the flip flop, I guess, because I thought Grail was like a super, like it's a quick square to grab, so you don't want to like leave it on the board that long.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
But
it's always tough to tell when you have both sides versus one side of the information. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and Restore was, I guess I got lucky I didn't go Radon. I was going to, but I guess you would have. Did you do? I fucking lost track of time. I legit don't know when that was marked. Oh, it was after sorcery. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you would have beat me, because maybe, I don't know.
Almost certainly, yeah. He would have beat you.
Well, for you, Helios, obviously, like that was a very different game than I think I've ever seen you play. I'm sure you probably are gonna make some adjustments before game 2 that I have to imagine you want to keep close to the chest. But is there anything you can share with us before game 2 tomorrow?
Bro, that whole game made no sense. I hated every second of it. What? It made no sense. I thought I was lost like 5 times in the middle of the game. Nope, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. He never finishes it off. And it never marks the squares I expected. What? Like, that never did make any sense.
Yeah, well,
were you gonna go for Spirit Ash +4? Because I wanted to take that
No.
away. No?
No,
Why not?
I didn't care about that square. I wanted sorceries, but I was
Oh.
one double short from wielding Comet Shard.
Oh yeah, that shit is like 36. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used ambush on the Salmon Shade.
On the same shade. I didn't have enough time to get there. That's just all it was. Like
Yeah.
first the bingo thread showed up and I was like, okay, this game is over. If I have to block, it's over, right? And then I do lead in. Somehow 10 minutes later I'm still in the game. Okay, fine. And then I die to that little skip, which cost me 2.5 minutes. I'm like, oh, it's over now for sure. Nope, not over. And I think at the end game it was just a kind of guessing game that I had to guess one time correctly what Shura was doing and I didn't, so that just ended up where it was.
Yeah, well, GG's, gentlemen. Congratulations on one of the best games of the season. That was a hell of a game one. We're all very excited for game 2 tomorrow. So we will see you guys back here 11 a.m. American Eastern time. Be on the lookout for an announcement in Ignite with the timestamp. And with that being said, I'm sure some of you guys might have questions about Ignite. So I'll talk to you guys, answer any questions that I can. I think Ratty, you might be doing the same for a little bit.
Yep, I'll be doing that on my stream as well. If anyone has any questions or thoughts or just wants to contribute something to the community, I'll be available for the next couple minutes to talk about it. So
we will do that. Winners finals in the Crucible is tomorrow as well. So you guys, if you have any questions, stick around in either mine or Ratty's stream, and either of us will be happy to talk to you. Just to be very clear, this is a group project. This is not my thing or Ratty's thing or anyone's. It's a group thing. So feel free to ask anyone about the project. Yes, I'll pay out the corn. All right. Let's go ahead and get started here. Game number 2 of the Elden Square Season 2 Finals. Shura already has one hand on the title, and he can fully claim it with a win here today. Helios looking to bounce back and force a Game 3 right after this. Let's go ahead and get started here. Ratty, center square.
I think it's gonna be 2 catacombs, something a little weird.
Worm face.
Oh.
Exaltation Talisman is the center
something
square.
Weird.
So that is an early Altus square. Make sure to get to Altus early to go do that. But we do have the big boy, Moji, Lord of Blood, on that column 1, row 4. But with that being said, that's not going to happen until way later. So let's look at the early squares on the board here. We have 4 friendly NPCs in row 1. Not the earliest square, but Shura swears that Exyx wins every single game. If you get Exyx, you win. It's that simple. We have 2 tunnels, which could synergize nicely with like Millicent Invader. You go to the Millicent Invader, set up Falling Star Beast tunnel, Stone Digger, Falling Star Beast, boom, bam, 2 squares, row 2. In row 3, we have Consumables, which is one of the fastest squares in the set, and we have Invade and Defeat Magnus the Beast Claw on the same column as Moog Lord of Blood. So that is part of the square, part of the quest line that you have to do. You have to do the full Moog quest to get to Lord of Blood. The only difference is we did add a grace at the Rose Church, which cuts it down by about 40 seconds to a minute in terms of the time to do the quest. In row 4, nothing super quick. We have 4 status effect Ashes of War, which Snowy says wins games as well as a lot of players. It's a very powerful map progression square. And also the return of my magnum opus square that I came up with, our boy Dung Eater. And then finally, we have Red Wolf Boss as well, which is fast in that bottom row. That'll increase the likelihood of Academy, especially because you have Noble after that. Roddy, what's your take on the board?
Yeah, I mean, off rip, Ray Lucaria looks good, right? You have Red Wolf, Godskin, Noble, 3 imbued sword keys. Those all feel really good. I think Kaled is really strong. I mean, Exyx, Clean Rot Knight, Duo, Duelists, all things that actually can get done pretty early. along with obviously the Rush Square and Millicent Invader, Crucible Knight Misbegotten Warrior duo. There is, I mean, the tunnel there for the Somber 6 with Falling Star Beast as well, if you're willing to take it on early. So there's, like, I feel really good about Kaled here, but there is an awkward, like, choice in which Rush Square to go for, right? Because you have consumables only into Red Wolf, probably the fastest option. But I think Millicent, like, I wouldn't, that feels really good too, because I would be hesitant to want to do that Falling Star Beast, Clean Rot Knight duo duelists like really early, but you can do that. And you can get a lot of pressure on the board heading that direction. Also, just some awkwardly spread out late squares in Moog and Dung Eater, right? Like, Dung Eater's definitely a very isolated square on this board. One thing that is interesting, you obviously have Lord of Blood's Exaltation, which I don't think we saw at all this season. But that is an Exaltation Talisman. You will be in the sewers late game. It would be weird to see it happen, but it'd be cool. 3-Year Tree Watchdogs, another square that promotes Kaled. It's going to be... My initial impression is Ray Lucaria is really good, but there is a choice of just bailing on that and going into Kaled. I think there's an idea there that's like really strong. And I'm curious to see how these two approach that.
Yeah, I think the one thing I really like about like the Falling Star Beast early, I think it will pay off on this board, particularly because it's a later board, right? Like with the later stuff, like getting that early Somber 6 is going to pay off for Moog, Lord of Blood, Crucible Knight, like Misbegotten Warrior duo, Dung Eater, BBK, Godskin Noble potentially. Oh, my cat's jumping up. Yeah, I think it really will pay off.
Yeah, I agree. I also think Radon's going to maybe feel pretty good here. You do have Glovewort, Bellbearing 1 and 2 in duo. So maybe not the strongest play, but there is something to be said about getting Radon done as one of your shard bearers to get into capital if you are going to do Dung Eater eventually.
Gamba is up for another 2 minutes. I'm going to end it here. It looks like Helios, I'm guessing... Oh.
Torrentless Millicent?
Is it Torrentless Millicent? I was expecting consumables from him.
I think Torrentless Millicent feels really good on this board.
Fair enough. The inventor of the strategy. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Shaka was the inventor of the strategy. Ratty was the first person to do it in a Elden Squares like competitive game, non-practice game.
Torrentless Millicent is a really... It's an awkward play. I am in love with it. I think it's awesome. I think you just unlock Kaled early and go back and get Torrent. But there is something to be said for you actually just are straight up losing time in terms of you're doing all this running to save a little time on the square, but then you got to go back and run for Torrent. I think it's 30, 40 seconds faster than if you go pick up Torrent and do the square. And obviously the downside to that is like you save 30, 40 seconds on the square, but now you're going to lose a minute and a half going to get Torrent after. So like it's kind of a net time loss in your game. But I think on this board with that diagonal, and also just I think that column and row, like there's a lot of stuff you're going to want on both of those. I think it just sets up nicely early.
Yeah, and I think it has like there is Kaled really strong. We actually see he's even going to pick up the Gravity Stone fans in chunks, so that's another option to do consumables only later. Yep. Also running in and grabbing a Goldrun 5 there.
Can you outright kill Bofa with those consumables?
You can kill Pumpkinhead with those consumables.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if that's still on the board when he gets back to first step here, I mean, very much an inbounds play.
Yeah, and this could be a bit of a snipe. It looks like Shura here might be going for Kaled as well.
It's entirely dependent on Helios's routing. This can be very close, and it's very easy to make mistakes. The only thing with the routing here is obviously you want to avoid getting rotted. There's two ways of approaching that as you run along the shore. They both actually end in about the exact same time. So like it's fully up to just which route you prefer. We'll see what Helios does here. There's an earlier run across. It looks like he is... Take that.
Oh my god, Shura dice the rats! The rats strike! That's
My children.
The set, Ratty's children. Making their
But you
presence
gotta
heard.
watch out for those rats. I'm telling you. Oh, Helios is gonna make a mistake. Ooh.
Helios gets rotted there.
It's still very doable, especially if you're fast. But yeah, you can see right there, he kind of knows that's not what you want.
Yeah, he's still okay, but you got to make sure the Millicent is fast because you're on a timer.
Yep.
That heal was a good call.
One heal left already. He's got to have the smooth Millicent. He does run her into the little bit of chip damage early. Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm fucked.
Oh, no.
He just needs one more baboosh.
Might not be fucked if this one-shots her. Oh. I'll kill him. Oh, she died.
He got it.
You got it. Okay. Ooh.
There
Close
goes the
start.
square for Helios.
And honestly, like just looking at that routing, I don't know if that was a faster route that you just get rotted on or if he's never practiced that before. I would like to ask him, but there's a chance he hadn't practiced that and just sent it, which would be insanely impressive.
Yeah, I'm not sure about his specific practice on that. I do know. Let me look at the rush leaderboard. Yeah, that obliterates the fastest time from the season was 5:59. That was 5:18 from Helios.
Okay, I think that routing saved him time then for sure.
Oh, and this could be a double snipe. They're both going for consumables. Shura lost his money. He has to sell his armor. Helios is going to use the gravity stones. Well, the only thing is Shura has turret, so he can get to the cave faster. This is going to be
Shura
close.
also has, I mean, they both have the gravity stones, right?
Yeah, they do.
Shura's going to get into the fight about 6-7 seconds earlier, though.
Yeah, I will let you know Shura is a bit behind on stream delay. Shura has he's actually like 4 or 5 seconds ahead of where he is. So Shura is well ahead on this, but execution's gonna matter. See, Helios opens with the gravity stones. Can this be enough to make the difference?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, it's not. Shura is gonna claim the square.
Got it. My fastest way out is actually just this, so...
Oh. Looks like there is a little bit of tech to that, actually. The damage seemed different when it was up close versus far. I don't know if that's just my eyes playing tricks or if that's true, but...
Yeah, and Shura now is going for tunnels.
Smart.
Shura goes straight for FSB.
It's risky. I think I like it exactly because of that. We're going to see a little skip here out of Shura. Maybe my least favorite skip in bingo.
Yeah, the reason why... Oh my... Wow.
Wow.
Oh, this is horrible RNG.
What is this loop?
Quit out. I think I think you'd call it. I would call it and quit out.
Yeah, this is...
Sure, quit out. He's gonna die.
There we go.
There's the quit out.
Shura losing a lot of time in weird ways. Okay, yeah, it's not my least favorite skip. I forgot about Rhea Crystal Tunnel skip. Good point. Thank you,
Yeah,
chat.
Rhea Crystal Tunnel skip is the worst. The Ratty has sent his entire legion of rats and coomers after Shura here today.
Listen, I love Shura, right? I think I always cheering for the underdog, but I'm cheering more for game 3. I'm a game lover at heart. Ain't nothing like a final game in a series, dude.
Ain't nothing like game 3. I mean, we've been lucky here at Elden Squares. Very few bingo finals historically have gone to game 3. We've been lucky in that, our season 1 game did go to game 3, but I don't think there's been a single, looking at like bingo brawlers or bingo club. I can't think of another event that's had a game 3.
Yeah, on my head. With wild strikes on this axe, Shura should have a really easy time proccing rot.
Well, you got to get that. If you get that initial stagger, you're pretty much good.
He is running out of time for that. Gotta be close. There it is. There's the wild strikes. Also really good damage, actually.
Yep, there's the rot.
Big if true.
Helios does a roundtable check. There's Godslayer's Greatsword, Halo Scythe, but nothing great Sombra-wise.
Halo Scythe actually very usable. It's the highest damage scythe.
Oh, Shura gets hit. Shura gets hit. He has no heals. Keep in mind, he lost them all to the bugs, so he has to go hitless here.
Oh, that stagger's gonna be big. With the, I mean, he just has this optimized. He's got the exact wild strikes down. He just needs maybe one more hit with the rot. He could even just let it rot out.
Very nicely done by Shura there.
If there's a player you trust in that moment with no heals, I mean, it's got to be Shura, right?
Yeah, has to be. Falling Star Beast is one of these fights that's so important in bingo.
Yeah.
But Shura takes it out. Helios going for friendly NPCs. He picked up Gargoyle's Greatsword, and he's actually killing Bernal.
What's the reasoning on Bernal?
Never mind, he pivots.
Maybe thought it was a little easier than that. Shura also ripping for NPCs. Bach already done.
You can't do Vare because of mode.
That's right. Shura exclusively killing Bach and going to finish his tunnels. Kind of disrespectful. Prepping for friendly NPCs is crazy. Oh, I love that though.
Yeah, because like you do you have to do Alex. You do Alex and Bach, and then normally Vare is the next like obvious one that you do. You can't do that with Mogler to Blood on the board. So as a result, it's kind of pick 2 out of 4 between D, Kenneth, Bernal, and Yura. Except, will D have moved already because he's been to Kaled, or is it when you go to Roundtable that D moves? I think it's Roundtable that D moves.
Good question. I think, yeah, Roundtable would be what procs that. Sure, grab a Grace and pivot there.
I think he did.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the early game race here. I really like that.
We see that Saintsbridge Merchant check. It had Dragon Scale Blade yesterday, but no dice today.
Who does a dry weapon seed favor more, in your opinion?
Yeah, oh, D is gone. D is gone. Leaving Limgrave moves D.
So neither of them have that option.
Correct. Yeah, you could go for patches. Once you get enemy felled on patches, you can then kill him afterwards because he becomes friendly.
You do have to make him your friend. You can't kill him as a boss.
Yeah, you have to wait for enemy felled. You have to wait for him to surrender.
Yeah, I think the line here with all this is Bach, Alex, Kenneth, Yura. Someone got to kick Kenneth off that edge. Interesting. Helios did grab the Sleep Pots book.
We have Godson Noble, but you can't sleep him.
Yeah.
There's no Kaled Apostle. That's a bit surprising.
There's Kenneth for Helios. He might have to go back for Bach. If not,
D was there for Shura. Maybe it's because Helios grabbed a Grace outside the tunnel?
I'm not sure.
I'm not exactly sure.
Really changes things because that is 3 for Shura now.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh wait,
only 2 for
Helios already went to round table. Helios already went to round table. Duh.
Oh yeah. He did the round table check. And because of some of those routing errors there and fighting Bernal, it's looking like Shura is actually going to grab 4 friendly NPCs.
Yeah. And tunnels right afterwards.
Because Wild Strikes here is the ideal like that's what you want for fighting Yura, and I mean Shura is just already there while Helios makes his way. That's tough.
Yeah, Shura will claim this here.
There it is.
See what the katana check is. Oh, shit. It's Dragon Scale. Helios has to make this kill. It's Dragon Scale again. Yeah, Shura's gonna have a +6 Dragon Scale here.
That's. Did Helios miss it?
He grabbed the Grace at Seaside, but Shura marked the square before Helios got to kill him.
That's gonna be bad.
Yeah.
Nope, that'll probably be barring halberd check hitting with something Helios would call cringe and Dragon Halberd. That's gonna be advantage Shura.
Yeah, I think there might only be one thing to save. You know, Rambler said it. There might only be one thing to say to save Helios, and he's not gonna like it, but it is probably Dragon Scale.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Halberd could be a halberd check as well. I think that's something that's comparable, maybe even better in game than Dragon Scale. Dragon Scale has a bit of a scaling issue in that Moog Dung Eater realm. I mean, it's definitely fine for bingo, but
Yeah, we saw the snipe early by Helios on Millicent, and then since then, Shura goes on a 3-0 run.
fact that Shura managed to get Falling Star Beast done and beat him to friendly NPCs, get a snipe on consumables, that is brutal. But that's the advantage, right? Of I talked about you get Torrent first if you don't go Millicent on foot. You do have a little bit of an advantage in there setting up your map for those first couple minutes, which is critical when you have, I mean, essentially 4 rush squares on the board here.
Mm-hmm.
I think as much as I like the Millicent on foot play there, if you do that, you got to make some real smart decisions on rush squares or capitalize weapon setup in Kaled.
Apparently, Dino spoke with Shura yesterday, and he said he's not going to make the mistake of not going Virgins again if he has this has a lightning weapon.
As he should, and I think, especially with Rhea being strong, there's no reason to get Dectus. Once you find Dragon Scale here, I think you want to go Red Wolf.
Yeah, the only thing that's scary is Helios hasn't marked anything. So for all Shura knows, Helios could be like at Red Wolf right now.
Yeah. That's tough.
Halberd check was Commander standard.
Yeah, just not good enough at all. Like a valid weapon and maybe a dead seed, but probably not good enough.
By the way, guys, just to let you know, this is going to be a big day of broadcasting from me. We will have game 2 and then potentially game 3. If there's no game 3, I will find something to fill some time. And then at 3 p.m. Eastern, so 4 hours after this match started, we're going to have the winners finals of the Crucible. Keep in mind, it's a double elimination bracket, so that's not the grand finals. But the winner will claim their place in the grand finals with the advantage of the bracket reset. That match will be between Snowy and Malta. After that, I'm going to be doing commentary on Rando. We'll do it on the Rando ring match between Ellie, Asim, Jay, and Ginger.
Big day for who's? Axe check also misses for Helios there.
Yeah.
So he's starting to actually have a is this a really dry weapon seed question, which I think, I mean, it's just not true, right? He's smart enough, I think he'll want to go back and do Europe at some point. But that is unfortunate. There's no other squares that lead into a great weapon check here either. Like if Catacombs was on the board, you could maybe rip the Uchi check and Death Touched. Maybe get like Dragon Hunters, something that could outclass even Dragon Scale, but
I mean, Helios is thinking about ripping Commander standard. I mean, it's usable, but it's severely outclassed by Dragon Scale.
yeah.
I think Helios might just go +4 it.
What it's looking like. I think in his shoes, that's a very easy decision to make, right? Down 2 squares, looks like all the checks missed. All right, I'm just going to rip a Sombra and start moving with a +4.
Yeah.
From our position, that's obviously probably not the move.
Yeah, leaving the Katana check on the board is tough, right? Like, it's one of the reasons why I've always been an advocate of, like, friendly NPCs. And also, like, the Death Touch, anything that involves Death Touched early. For those Katana checks, they are the strongest checks in terms of probability of hitting, as well as like a ton of really good weapons: Dragon Scale, Dragon Hunters, Rakshasas, Meteoric Oreblade.
Meteoric Oreblade is actually a check Helios could maybe justify here unless he decides to stick with this, which I think he will. He's got the grace right there. But I think he's feeling the time pressure a little bit here.
Yeah, Shura is now ahead on Red Wolf, but Helios has a +4 weapon. Shura,
I think
Helios instead is going to Celia.
Interesting play. I mean, we talked about it early, right? There is a lot of value here with a +4. XX wins games. You can get Clean Rot Knight duo. That Diag starts to look pretty nasty.
Yeah, but you know, Shura is gonna have, if he, let's say once he claims if he claims Red Wolf, that'll be 8 of the 13 available bingos shut down already.
Yeah, Red Wolf is just really good. Helios there with his slightly unorthodox Celia skip.
Yeah, he does the little the Nexus jump on the pillar tech that he saw from a Kata speed run into the ASIM skip, where you jump over to the other side to make running up the branch more consistent.
Yeah. The first part of that skip, as we refer to it in the community, edging the tip.
Mm-hmm.
Classic way to do that skip. And actually is setting up Dectus here. So Helios is going to sell Ray Lucaria.
Yeah. And a good point from Moody, too. You know, like, Eleonora's on the board. So there's extra reason to kill Yura here.
Yeah, I think seeing that Dragon Scale is going to be a little bit of a face palm moment for you, right?
Yeah.
You're just, oh, God, I should have done this sooner.
Yeah, it's definitely a kick in the teeth a little bit.
You're just about to Red Wolf here. He's going to be able to get Dragon Scale online and just, I think, innately wieldable here after this fight. He'll have 30,000.
And he can go +6 it. He'll need to pick up the Somber 5.
Yeah, a +6 weapon 30 minutes in is going to be... The pace for him is going to be pretty hard to keep up with.
Yeah. Because he can probably go kill Red Wolf +6 and be in Altus by, like, 35 minutes, probably.
Yeah. I mean, Shura is going to set a crushing pace here.
Yeah. I feel like it's a different type of... I feel like Shura's playing a different type of game. Like, yesterday, you know, we saw him playing very... You know, kind of coy, right? Going for trapping.
Good word for it.
Today, he's just going speed. Like, just all-out speed. We're going to see Red Wolf here from Shura. And actually, this might be Exex here from Helios.
I think that is the right counterplay, is slamming Kaled out. We'll see if it pays off. That was just my initial read on the board. It could be the wrong move, but...
No, Clean Out Night Duo.
It's probably smart early with Ruin level 60 on the board before you do X-Ikes.
And it sets up a diag. Also, it sets up your diag and blocks row 1, column 5.
Yeah, probably the more useful square here. There it is.
Beautiful Red Wolf from Shura there. We'll go full screen with Helios.
I guess. I'm dying. Oh, I didn't die. Huge. Okay.
Shura's looks like just gonna go run to EG.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably the right move early here.
I don't want to make an excuse or anything, but like, I'm
Get
not
your
feeling
weapon
this
like we
game.
were saying and just start blasting. I mean,
I
also
used to
4
be
squares in the
behind,
first
I will
30
say that
minutes.
much.
Pretty nutty pace.
Yeah, very nutty pace.
Although, as long as he's not, as long as he hasn't found Dragon
Helios
Scale
not
again,
getting rod today in the Clean Rot Night game.
Yeah.
game.
Also, another thing to
Helpful
keep in
lot.
mind, you know, like Helios finished second in he's won events in Bingo Club, but he's never won. He did not win Elden Squares Season 1. Lost in the finals to Alex last season. And, you know, things aren't looking great here against Shura, either down 1 game and down 4-1 early. You know.
Really good fight.
Really nice. Helios is going to finish his deck to set up.
That's smart. For a second there, I thought he was going to go rip BBK early, which would have been actually another pretty decent block and like really good runes, but I think probably a touch aggressive.
Yeah, I think both players might rush. This might be a race for exaltation.
It's definitely I mean, middle square is always one of the strongest squares on the board, right? Most unique blocks, most unique threats, but at this point, especially for both players, getting that or losing that is going to create a lot of problems down the line.
In this race, this Altus race will be very close. The other advantage for Shura here for Virgins is if you're going straight to exaltation,
A lot closer.
Yeah, you get out at a lot closer spot.
Sure, doing the smart thing and just taking a little extra damage up top there, I think. I'm not sure if that was an accident or not. Feel like he would have been able to just die to the Virgin, but
Also, little mistakes here from Helios to note. This is something that, like, I would always, you know, kick myself for, right? Ran up to Fort Height, realized that he needed the Grace, had to run back. Like, just that little routing sub-optimization cost you a few seconds due to indecision. You know, obviously it's like very minor, but like I know just from practice games, that's something that I always be like knocking myself for, and I'm sure Helios is as well.
yeah, it's just tough. You lose like maybe 5-10 seconds.
Yeah, but it's 5-10 seconds that are purely like user error, right?
Right, exactly. It is frustrating. Oh. I think Shura is probably going to have the advantage on exaltation here. He's a little lower on health, though.
Yeah.
I think that might be even more of a problem for the Kindred of Rot duo fight as opposed to Virgins here. Because I think one blast of the pest threads will probably kill him.
Helios is grabbing some stone sword keys. Oh, duh, for the exaltation.
Oh yeah, Shura might not have the stone sword keys he needs.
He'll get money from Virgins though.
Yep. Actually, just enough for 2 stone sword keys, right? 10,000, it would be 8,000 for
Yeah.
the 2 keys.
Yeah. Helios is gonna go for execs first though.
Oof.
I mean, he's unfortunately playing, like he said earlier, like as long as Shura doesn't have Dragon Scale Blade, like is he setting up duelists?
I think he's ripping Meteoric Ore check.
Man, that's a mistake. If you're gonna do a Katana check, kill Yura. You have reason to kill Yura regardless. I mean, we don't know what this is. It could be really good, but
If it's Dragon Hunters, this pays off, right?
yeah. Nagakiba. We'll go full screen with Shura here.
Miss.
Oh, Shura goes down.
Oh my. That's what you need if you're Helios, right?
Yeah.
Minor time loss there. He died before he even got a hit off, and he already
Yeah.
has the grace, but
Another point by Dino though, the Kayla Duist will also finish caves for Helios.
having that unlocked is good.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the plan here, right? Really create some pressure on that die, get him to do one of those 2 squares so you can catch up a little bit.
Yeah. Shura gets the first one down. We'll go dual screen. Helios fighting the duelist.
Very awkward riposte.
All right. Helios finishes caves there and gets a duelist, but Shura is into Altus first.
I think... I mean, it's a late push to Exaltation. I feel like Helios must know that at this point, unless he thinks Virgins wasn't an option, period.
Yeah. Shura doesn't go Exaltation, though. He goes back to South... is he just going for Stone Sword Keys? Probably just for Stone Sword Keys, yeah. No, Virgins normally give Inquisitors Grand Pull in base game.
Garandol.
Garandol, sorry. But it's a random spear.
Yep. It is very often Death Ritual Spear, I find. It does feel like that drops there a lot. I believe that's what it was yesterday as well.
Helios gets a second status effect, Ash of War.
Yep.
You know, Exaltation does put a lot of pressure on Helios because of the row 3. Like, he knows he can't contest imbued keys.
I mean, you want to invade Magnus here. And I believe that you don't have to do that in sequence for Vari's quest. You can just kill him whenever.
Yeah.
But, like, just going to kill Magnus now is not necessarily a bad move. Actually, Magnus is almost, like, if you can have the idea that Shura is going to beat you to Exaltation, which I think it's always tough to know what players are thinking with just their information. But I think that's probably a safe assumption. If you can assume that, pushing Magnus right now, I think makes the most sense in terms of what it's going to do for you later in positioning on the board.
Shura, though, just grabs the Graves and pivots.
Shura's internal clock is really good.
Oh, he's getting the Somber 5.
Smart.
He already has the 6 from the Beast. He just needs to pick up the 5.
There's a massive weapon diff here, but I think if Helios can play this right, he can still maintain a really solid advantage and stay ahead.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised he's going for the 5 now. I would think that he would go for the 5 after Exalt.
Yeah, that fight is kind of like, it's easy, but there's just so much weird stuff that can happen with how just an arena with 2 Kindred of Rots is, right?
Yeah.
Just guarantee a little more safety for yourself.
I think Helios is going for Exalt.
He'll get it if Shura decides to do one other thing. I really doubt that'll happen. Yeah, he's just heading right
Yeah,
back.
no, he's just going right back. I mean, there's always a chance for a death. Like we saw, I know, like these guys are nasty. When Ratty was doing his vigor only playthrough, this was like one of the only bosses that he died to.
Yeah, I mean, I think I
Yeah.
was in here with 40 Vig, almost 40, and I mean, granted, no armor, but I was almost getting one shot. Like, there is a world where you just get unlucky here a couple times
Yeah.
with that second one.
Helios
You're trying to
does,
do something.
Helios does status effect Ashes of War first, it looks like, though.
Fair.
I guess this will work out for Helios. It's not the end of the world. Like, at least you're not in the cave, right? That's the disaster situation.
Yeah, I think. Hopefully he's feeling that this just isn't his square.
All right, there's status effect Ashes of War for Helios. Yep.
And there's death.
Yeah, if you don't get the stagger right away, the second one hits you.
Helios is off on some weird adventure here. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Somber 5?
Some crazy routing for that. Maybe it's faster.
Yeah, we were saying after the scare, after the status effect. Shura goes down again.
All right, now it's to a point where maybe Helios could have pressed it.
Helios might go Exikes.
I think that makes a lot of sense here, oddly enough.
No, he's going BBK. I mean, BBK does give you a square, probably 30 arcane afterwards, and a big lead on RL60.
Also, I mean, it's what, a halberd and a greatsword check?
Yeah.
It's, especially in this game right now, I think getting both of those is good. You have a chance at D-Halb, Golden Halberd, Death's Poker. And there's the exaltation mark.
I'm assuming that puts up some pressure actually on Magnus. Okay.
Honestly, now Shura pushes straight to Magnus. I think that's a pretty powerful move.
Is Helios making a mistake? I think his idea is to go talk to Vari for the fingers, but he has to kill a shard bearer.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a big mistake.
Having that grace won't necessarily be bad if this gets pushed late, but yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
Instead, he's going to go rip, I believe, the merchant.
Yeah, sure. Well, but Shura's gonna go rip. I think Shura's gonna go rip Altus Merchant and go straight for Magnus.
I mean, yeah, that's the play when I feel like when Magnus is on the board and you can't kill Vare, there's the merchant that literally takes you there, right by the teleporter that has Festering Fingers. Was that Helfin Steeple?
I don't think I saw Steeple. I wasn't looking super closely though. I saw Mesmer Soldier's Axe and Rotten Crystal Spear or Sword.
Okay. I just saw a glimpse of what looked like the outline of it for a second.
Yeah, Shura could go for Eleonora first.
I actually think Helios' run is shorter here, though.
Shura is going Ellie.
Ellie into X-Ikes, right? That's, I mean, you also have your Diag open here. Granted, I think that Diag can be shut down pretty quick with duelists. That scream move got to be the most annoying move in the game.
Yeah. It hits so hard.
It won't outright kill Shura, but I think it'd be still close.
It might outright kill him.
I mean, if he gets clipped by like one part of it, if he's in there, he will die.
Yeah.
Really good Eleonora fight.
Yeah, there goes very nice Eleonora.
To do duelists earlier than planned, though. I think I have time to drink. Maybe I do if I'm walking. Yeah, I do. He's trolling a little bit. Oh my god, he's trolling a
Magnus
lot.
really choosing to be a problem here for Helios.
I like when rocks are just slightly uneven to prevent you from going backwards. That's a very cool video game. This... okay. Okay, that's just a Giga Troll.
Oh my
I'm just being
goodness.
Giga Trolled right now. He has the thing out.
The fact that you can roll so quickly out of Lion's
so
Claw
annoying,
is insane.
dude. Nothing I could do there. Actually,
down.
nothing I could do there.
Yeah, Shura's going X-Ikes here.
X-Ikes wins games.
Or not. Maybe just... Is this... I might be... This is
He's
the best
on
route
the
to
right
X-Ikes? Okay, yeah. I did think about it.
Also, if you're either player at this point, Radahn's starting to look good for either 30 Arcane, Rune level 60, and then obviously your 3 Larval Tiers and Bell Bearings.
Yeah, it's X-Ikes. Alright, so X-Ikes on the right. Magnus on the left. Helios is in a lot of trouble here.
Getting Magnus helps a lot.
Yeah, I just, you know, being, we'll just say they both get these squares, like being behind 2 squares with a weapon disadvantage is never good.
No. Although realistically, I think with Golden Scarab and 1 duelist, Helios kind of has eventually an advantage on Rune level 60 and obviously on the list.
Yeah.
There's Magnus.
There's Magnus down. Helios will get his Commander's Standard to level 6.
I think Radahn is just too good right now for Helios to ignore. I don't know what the other play would be that would get quite as much synergy here. I think that needs to be his next move.
Yeah, it's Radahn. What is X-Ikes doing?
Being a problem.
He's gonna go finish Duelist.
Probably a fair move here as well.
Alright, there's Zigzags from Shura.
And sure also has to be,
Also
looking at Radon right now as well.
Graven Ghost is probably under threat. Alright. I'm going to have to show Radon progress, probably. After this. Yeah, I mean, he's just playing really well. He has Prio on Exegs, he has Prio on Watchdogs, he has Prio on a lot.
It's starting to look really bad for Helios. I mean, if
Actually,
Shura can get
Watchdogs
Radon,
is neutral-ish.
he's got a significant advantage on 3 imbued sword keys,
For that.
3 larval tears, Raven Ghost Glove Warp Bell Bearings just from, and Godskin Noble without sleep from
Tears, I
having
think.
that done and having been in
Or
Rhea.
Graven Ghost directly. Yeah, Larval Tears of Graven Ghost is actually not that bad now that I see it. I think I'd just go for it after this.
Alright, there's Duelist down. Makes it 7-6. I mean, Helios has been closing the gap, right? Like, it was 4-1, now it's 7-6. Obviously, like, I think Shura's probably more than 1 square ahead at the current moment, right? Like, if you look at the board.
Yep.
If Helios does go BBK here and gets 30 Arcane before Radon, that's huge.
I don't think there's any way he kills BBK before Shura kills Radon. I think Shura's looking at that exact idea. He's got money saved.
Well, we'll see. Actually, good damage against BBK.
Yeah, like shockingly good.
I mean, it's a plus
Very cool
6.
that
It
you
is a
can't
plus
lock on
6.
Through the railing. That's a neat feature from Soft Added on a 50-foot tall boss.
What the hell?
That's awkward.
Ox. Come over here, sir. Sir, get your ass over here.
BBK doing its best.
Oh!
Just a problem.
As soon as he hit the corner, I knew. As soon as he hit the corner, I knew it was fine.
I mean, yeah, that's...
But no, nothing.
That's really bad.
Yeah, Helios said that he
No
hit
way
a
around
corner there and landed weird. And
Shura Death, the only thing would be the only thing that I think keeps 30 Arcane in play here.
yeah.
And Helios looks like he's pivoting to chase Radon. Obviously, he might think he's just ahead on it, but
I don't think he can. Shura hasn't marked anything. Like, Eleonora into Magnus, but you got Magnus, so he goes Radon, like, is very logical.
yeah, I think it's really easy to assume Shura's already here.
The reason why he only summoned Okina is because Okina does fire damage and resets the frost.
Also, Okina can get bleeds.
Yeah. And most players don't like a lot of NPCs there because it can make his AI buggy. Like,
Yeah.
I know you see it in speedruns and stuff, but keep in mind, like, because something's done in the speedrun doesn't always mean it's done in bingo. Because in speedruns, if it goes wrong, you reset. In bingo, if it goes wrong, you just have to keep playing, right?
Congrats, you've lost time.
Yeah. He's actually just going straight for Crucible Knight Misbegotten Warrior duo. Not enough money.
That was the one thing that could have saved Helios if he stuck BBK. But I think Helios is even more leveled. I don't know if he would have gotten enough runes.
Yeah. I mean, he's only level 23.
Helios could actually, just because of this,
Yeah.
get underground.
You know, I will say, like I said yesterday, like, or I said even at the start of the broadcast, like, I think based off yesterday, like, Shura played really well, but I think, like, in a straight up bingo, like, in a straight up, like, more honest bingo game, like we're seeing now, like, I would favor Helios, but, like, I mean, so
There's still the
far,
weapon
sure,
diff.
yeah, I mean, there is a weapon diff, of course, but also, like, why was there the weapon diff? Because Shura outplayed him on 4 friendly NPCs and tunnels and everything, right?
Yep.
Like, there's obviously there's sometimes you can say weapon diff, but also you can say, like, why was there a weapon diff, right?
Yes. Yeah, this Crucible Knight could end up being Helios' strongest soldier, but Shura is already making quick work of it.
Yeah, like, there's sometimes you can't blame weapon diff really on the player, like if a random ass merchant hits, right? This one though, like, and like that square was heavily incentivized, right? But due to both friendly NPCs and Eleonora. And honestly, that might have been one of the reasons why Shura pressed Eleonora. Make sure that if Helios hasn't already killed Yura, that he won't.
Yep. I mean, +6 commander standard is holding up at least.
Yeah, it's well, that's the thing, right? Like, the one thing about the dragon weapons, they don't scale as well. So once you get to higher weapon levels, other weapons will equalize. The advantage of dragon scale dragon halberds, the lower the weapon level, the bigger the advantage. Because they don't scale super well. Yeah, and they provide a flat damage buff, which is the same regardless of weapon level, right? So if your weapon's doing 200 damage, an additional 50's 25%, right?
Yeah.
If you're doing 400 damage though at +6, it's only 12.5%, right?
Mm-hmm. Is 120,000 enough for 30 arcane here? We're gonna find out.
We'll find out.
Helios also could beat him underground.
And he's going underground.
He's gonna beat him there.
Helios started with 14 arcane. Yeah, there's 30 arcane. That's huge.
That ties it, or doesn't tie it up, but gets him once again. He's staying within 1, and he might be able to beat him to the bell bearings here. Did Shura grab Earth Tree Gazing
I don't think
Hill?
this is about bell bearings, though. I think this is about larval tier. I think they go grab the
Larval
bell
tiers
bearing,
first.
obviously, and then go straight into larval tiers. Yeah, Shura's ahead.
Yep. Just barely.
Yeah, and this is one of the only fights where there's, like, no need to stop and level, because the main thing you'd want is Vig, right? Why make Mimic stronger?
Yep.
Thank
Honestly,
you, Dino.
Helios, if Helios doesn't stop to level there, this is a closer race. I think
This is a dead race, yeah.
I think Shura is just far enough ahead here that he just wins. Which is crazy to say, because if you're looking at the screens, it's like, I mean, he's maybe 6-7 seconds ahead with stream delay, something like that. But that should be enough to just outright
It's like,
win
it's
larval
not
tiers.
as pronounced. It's about 4 seconds. Stream delay difference.
Yeah. All right, whose routing is better right here?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Helios has made up time actually on this running section, ever so slightly.
I think so. Also, if either of them gets grabbed here while they're picking up this larval tier, that will probably be it.
Yeah. Yeah, like Helios does have a slightly better line. Like, sure, I had to jump up that rock. Helios didn't. Like, I know that's super minor and stupid, but, like, matters. Oh, wait, Helios goes back for the rune arc, though.
You have no way of knowing how close that is.
Yeah. Oh my god. Helios can't compete with this.
No. That's that.
That's brutal.
Oh, Shura got it. GG's. Yep, 20-second snipe.
Yeah, and Bell Bearings is dead too.
There is more of a chance of something happening in the catacomb, I think, than there was of something happening on the Mimic run.
Yeah, Vex, you can get all three there. Actually, the initial intention of the square was basically to have a Mimic square without having a Mimic square. And it was like, oh, well, like, technically you could do it in the overworld, but, like, no one's ever going to do that.
You can actually get 4 larval tiers there, correct?
Yeah, you can get 4. There's another one in a world. Yeah, it turned out 3 overworld was faster. I was just talking about, like, at the time when we made the square, right? The intention was basically, like, to make a Mimic square, but make it a little bit more interesting, right?
Yep.
That's why we kind of have it as the variable between 3 and 4. You still see 3 almost always gets done in the overworld. This game was an exception. 4 is almost always Mimic, but there are exceptions. And I've got to say, if Shura does pull this off, man, like, obviously everyone before the season knew just how dangerous, like, Shura was. Like, there was massive acknowledgement of his potential, right?
Yeah.
But coming into this league with so many vastly more experienced bingo players. Oh, and Shura goes down. Never mind.
That's
I'm gonna stop
exactly what
glazing.
needed to
I'm gonna
happen.
stop glazing. I'm gonna stop glazing.
Who's making a donut, dude?
Yeah.
What happens? Caster curse. But nah, my favorite line from before the bingo season started, I can't remember who said it. They're like, yeah, if Shura actually decides to learn how to play bingo, it's going to be a problem. Because he's already good with, like, 0 knowledge.
Yeah. I mean, I will always remember his first game. I didn't watch it because it was in Bingo Club. Rambler sends me a board, and he goes, "Do you know who the hell this guy Shura is? Look at this board. It was his first game." I was like, "Damn, that's really impressive." He goes, "Yeah, he did it all with a +0 because he didn't know how to upgrade his weapons." I was like, "Wait, what?" like he did like Radon and shit +0. I was like, "Wait, what?"
All right, so this is now Helios' square, and it will shut down the board finally as well. Also give him one of his 3 watchdogs.
Shura did. Wait, did Shura lose? I mean, did he level before he died in that? He had to. His red bar is really big.
Yeah, he leveled. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 9-8 here.
All right.
Juro still with a distinct advantage on imbued sword keys. Noble.
Yeah, he's not going Watchdogs anymore now, and Helios is going BBK.
Yeah, I think this is the right move.
This
BBK,
could be
Watchdogs. The problem is they're both gonna have to kill another Shard Bearer for Dung Eater to Ritual Sword and Shield, right?
Well, there's one on the board.
You could. Doing Moog first is crazy. You're technically right, but no.
Oh, good. He jumped up. That's cool.
I think BBK here just feels crazy.
Oh, that's a vertical chop. I see. That's actually good.
Oh my god. The trolling is insane.
Looks like Shura is going for Watchdogs, actually.
He could maybe beat him to it.
Well, yeah, with the Limgrave Watchdog, he could potentially do it.
Big stagger and riposte there for Helios.
Yeah, I think one more stagger plus riposte will do it. Maybe a little bit of extra. Nice job using the throwing dagger to keep poise up.
And poise. He's been really efficient with those here. Using them well. BBK is trolling though.
Can you come down, sir? I'm trying to win a bingo game here. You can't be stalling all
That's
day.
gonna go get him back to where you kind of want him at least.
Unwinnable bingo game, I might add.
All right, Helios gets down BBK.
I don't know what it was worth, though.
This is Watchdog Duo for sure. That was very nicely done by Helios there.
And unfortunately, I think Helios is looking at the Watchdogs here.
Shura might have messed this up though. No, okay, they still have aggro on each other.
There it is, and he just has to go to the one in Limgrave.
Yeah. I mean, his closest grace is first step.
He's got it. Oh, if
Yeah,
Shura gets this, that gets him to 10.
Well, RL60 gets Helios to 10. Imbued sword keys.
There's also a world where if Shura gets to 10, you do Noble without sleep, Rykard into capital, but I think he just has Ronaldo, so you probably just go back there to finish that up and get your access.
Yeah.
Dung Eater, Ritual Sword and Shield win. Getting into the Catacomb at the same time, but I believe the Limgrave one is significantly faster than the Caelid one.
Yeah.
And obviously the fight's going to be much faster as well. Unless Shura like falls off and misses the lever. That's always an option. I've done that myself.
Man, it sounds damn crazy, but if you're Helios... If Shura does Noble into Imbued Sword Keys, you do Moog into RL60, is there any way you can win Capital? If Shura does Noble Sword Keys... Noble Sword Keys Godric? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
I'm trying to find a way out here for Helios. The problem is...
the way out genuinely might be Moog.
Yeah.
Again, probably GG's, but
I think Rhea was
we'll
really
see.
good. As much as I loved Caelid on this board, it seems like Rhea has kind of been the deciding factor for Shura here.
Yeah.
It's put him in such a good position for this game.
Man, Helios was so close too. Like, I think if one of those larval tiers or watchdogs went the other way.
Yeah, one of those two.
Right.
They were both close. BBK was maybe an awkward choice there. I see why he did it. It's just... It's a tough call to make, I think, if you're in his position.
But yeah, I want. I was talking about this earlier before Shura died, and then I stopped. But I mean, this league was like, okay. First off, obviously, massive respect for like bingo brawlers, and I don't mean this in any disrespectful way. Like, we would all not be here if not for them, and they are incredible players, right? Like, especially at the top end, like any of those guys like would compete in this league, if not win it, right? But from a top down, like in terms of the depth of the league, we had 50 players plus trying at some point to vie for the title, right? 18 made the Golden Order, all of which on merit, all of which fantastic players, all of which proved that they could compete and win in this league. Whoever won this league, it was going to be the most difficult bingo league to win ever because of the depth, right? That's the main difference, right? And the fact that Shura could come in here as a rookie and win this thing potentially is so damn impressive. Going up against Helios, who's the most experienced bingo player in the world. Going up against Rambler, who's one of the best bingo minds in the world, going up against a proven Ra, who's a proven champion, Nartok, who's a proven champion, Nexus, who is incredibly talented, Stocko and Durf, both incredibly experienced, Asim, another very strong up and coming player, if I'm sure Strump, another really strong rookie. Ratty, the streamer, the guy who does this shit for a living, Moody, incredibly experienced, Ginger, a proven champion of the Crucible, coming into the Golden Order, Alex, someone who fought hard through the qualifiers and earned his spot here, right? Like, Sirius, a champion of another randomizer racing champion with a proven background. And a ton of competitive experience, like maybe more competitive experience in Elden Ring, probably the most competitive experience in Elden Ring. Maybe not bingo, but competitive experience. Like, if I missed anyone, I'm sorry, but like, holy hell, this league was stacked. And the fact that a rookie might come in here and win this thing is insane.
I don't want to say Helios might have found a path back into this. Unfortunately, he skipped Schoolhouse Classroom, so 3 imbued sword keys, Dung Eater, Ritual Sword, and Shield are all.
Yeah, Dino.
He has to find one of those.
Sorry, Dino. I totally forgot Dino. I mean, Dino was. I said before the season, Dino was my dark horse to win, right? Like he was always at the top of the league, you know, at the top of competitiveness, and you know, a proven like esports champion in other venues, in other avenues.
I like this play a lot out of Helios. If he just goes Rykard here, I think that makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, he's just going to be straight up behind on capital, though.
If Dino was unemployed, it's raps.
For real, dude.
One thing I dislike about
I had
my
Dino
strat is that I
early
always
on
get this
as
RNG.
kind of one of my favorites for sure.
Yeah. He was my dark. He was my dark horse. I said if. I mean, I think Helios, Nexus, or Nartok were like the 3 favorites coming in. I said if one of those 3 isn't gonna win, I had Dino.
Yep. I had Nartok as my least likely winner. There's Noble for Helios. Evens it up at the end here, but just at a significant disadvantage on pretty much every square on this board now.
Yeah, that's interesting. I had Ratty as my least likely winner.
Valid. I mean, look at the records. It was fair enough.
Nah, you did great. I mean, you did great. You know you did great.
I beat a couple people. I was out here for a second. Back-to-back 2-time winner in the tournament and then never again.
Also, I do want to say something. I do want to glaze Ratty a little bit because I think this maybe went unnoticed. We asked other big other streamers to other bigger creators to compete in this league, right? And it's tough, right? Like, cause you're a creator, right? And sometimes your chat isn't always the most educated, right? And they just go, more viewers equals better at game. You lose to someone with no viewers, you're bad, right? Like, we know that's not true, right? And it takes someone with like real heart and gusto to come, play in this league, right, against a bunch of, from a content-wise, no names. I have massive respect for Ratty for, like, putting it all on the line. And especially because, as much as we joke that he was Nepo babied, he wasn't, right? Like, he had to earn everything. Like, it's not what the league stands for, right? Like, a lot of other leagues would have just been like
to be Nepo babied.
Like, a lot of other leagues would have, like, a lot of, other places could have, that he wanted to compete, he could have competed in, right? Could have just been like, hey, you have big numbers, so you automatically make Golden Order, right? Like, we didn't do that. And massive respect for Ratty for like taking on that challenge and becoming such a big part of the league. Because, there's a reason why you're the only one. Yep. And you're a special dude.
I was like, oh, this will be free wins, bro. This is my job. Surely, like, no one can be that good at Elden Ring. I was wrong. I was wrong. That's my bad. There's absolute demons out here.
Also, Helios is going Rykard for his second Great Rune.
And 60. I mean, that's going to get him rune level 60, right? This is kind of what I was talking about. You get Noble, you get rune level 60, you get your capital access. There's a little bit of when you're behind like this, which, I mean, maybe, it's 10-10, obviously, with him evening it up. But you want to play, hopefully. You need something.
If he can somehow split capital, right?
If he splits capital, it's Mo Grace. We're going Mo G. Problem is, I have no idea how he does that. He's got to run all the way to DTS, but there's a world.
I think if Shura... And actually, I do want to stand corrected because you weren't the only streamer.
That's so
Sirius as well. Sirius as well.
Sirius.
Yeah.
Even
Also
bigger
took
number,
on the
better
challenge.
person.
Yeah.
Big green bar.
At least streamer in terms of
I think I have
outside
double.
our community streamer. Like obviously Ginger and Turf and Stocko and things, but God, if I say too many nice things about one person, I forget someone else, and then I feel bad
You're
because I
being
didn't say
rude.
nice things about the other person, right?
On his glazing arc.
Yeah.
DTS going down. I don't know. It's going to be... Oh? I mean, there's a world where DTS is Helios' strongest soldier. The right card fight going very smooth here. I think we're going to see the loop in a minute.
Yeah, Ritual Shield is in capital, so if you're wondering why we haven't seen that, it's because Shield is in capital. Helios does often say kind of screw the loop. Like he does just do shield pokes in phase 1 and in phase 2. Most people play it very safe and then loop it. This is faster, but a lot scarier and harder to do.
You need
However,
speed
Helios
right
pulls
now.
it off.
Meanwhile, Shura still fighting DTS. Dung Eater's going to have to be Helios' square, I think. I think that's the one that's going to have to go his way.
Yeah. Has Shura not been to Roundtable?
I guess not.
No, he hasn't.
This will
I mean,
be-
that'll
this
buy
Helios will be
Helios a
full time
little
back.
bit of time, yeah.
He's still got to fight DTS. Granted, in terms of Dung Eater, Commander's Standard might be a safer weapon to fight him with, just because
Yeah.
of poke.
The only thing is on the opener, you can use the Ash, and that'll slam him.
Yep, and you also get Frost, obviously.
Yeah, so, I mean, Helios... Okay, so let's look at the situation, right? Even though it is 11-10 for Helios, Shura is in the lead, right?
Yes.
Shura has... Helios has Moog priority. Shura has big priority on capital and imbued keys. Helios has to find a way to split the two capital squares and force it to Moog.
Yep.
Shura just needs to clean up the two capital squares, then clean up, then claim his priority on imbued keys, and move on. And then there you go. Like same deal as yesterday. 13-11 Moog last square.
Just talk about real quick how Shura went and killed Red Wolf and then just fucking dangled sword keys and Noble without sleep the entire time.
Yeah.
Like, granted, he lost Noble, but especially after seeing Noble not going imbued keys is a little nuts. Like, you kind of have to assume Helios can be close to it. He actually skipped Schoolhouse Classroom to Noble, so he's not even close, but kind of nutty on Shura's part once again to just ignore that.
And, I want to draw a parallel to last season. Game 2 of the finals last season, Alex had it in the bag and would have won the set 2-0. But he messed up his levels. The last two squares effectively on the board were 2 stat dumps, and Alex only needed 1. You should never win both. Alex messed it up. Helios got both, won the game, forced a game 3. Could we see a similar error here from Shura that forces it, and Helios finds a way, like he did last season, to force a game 3?
There is a couple easy mistakes to make here, right? I think Dung Eater first, if you're Shura, is a clear mistake. I think you make sure you get Sword and Shield with your prio on imbued keys. Granted, you don't know you have that prio, I guess, so it is a mistake that's easy to make.
The thing is that you don't want to, Helios has prio on Magnus or on Moog. Like you don't want to get in a Moog race when you know Helios has a free shot, right?
I think you have to. Is he going? I think Dung Eater first is the mistake. I think Helios will have time to get Ritual Sword and Shield. Maybe not.
Helios has 2 great runes down.
DTS, be nice.
Yes. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
This DTS fight's going to decide a lot of how this goes. If
Pierce
it's
for
fast,
sure.
he's got a chance.
I mean, he has pierce damage, which is really good here.
Really? You're not gonna...
Nice
my God.
stagger to avoid the hit.
Oh, he was very nice.
Very clean.
All right. Helios needs Ritual Sword and Shield.
Or sure, a pivot.
Yeah, if Shura pivots to Ritual Sword and Shield as well.
The only
Oh, this is
concerning
close.
thing that I'm noticing for Helios only has 5 very limited flasks plus 2. You might have to go get knee heal tier or flask up. Hey.
That's awful. That is the worst thing he could have done in that moment. And sure, it is going to grab Ritual Sword and Shield right now, it looks like.
Anyways, what I was saying is, like, both these guys don't have good flasks. Shura does have knee heal tier, which could prove crucial here because Nihil's going to destroy them. They both have a lot of health and very poorly upgraded flasks.
I think that was it. Although looking at the speed, I don't even know if Helios doesn't fall off there if he has
I mean,
enough time to
Shura
do
still
anything.
has to kill Gillica.
Yeah. Oh, this is close. I don't know what's gonna happen here.
Helios will beat him to Dung Eater, I think.
Unless he grabs Ritual Shield and goes back down to Dung Eater, right?
Yeah.
How much is Shura splitting progress here? He has an imbued key. He got Dung Eater's quest done. Now he's grabbing the Ritual Shield. Like, he's got to pick a path at some point. Sure, memory of gracing out versus quitting out. Where does that put him?
Shura's going for Dung.
What does
I mean,
Helios
this
do?
is just a 50-50. Like, Helios is behind, right? Like,
He's got to pick one.
Like,
He's gotta-
it's like Helios has to pick one and hope he's right. Right? Shura is double prepping them. But ultimately, yeah, Helios just has to pick one and hope that he's correct.
He's got to pick right now. He picked right. He's going Sword and Shield.
Except he grabbed the Seedbed Curse already.
I think you have to grab it when you're running this way.
Yeah.
Because if you do get sniped here by a
Yeah,
little bit, you just
and
wanna go
Dung Eater is, there's always a chance of Dung Eater skill issue, right? So you want to give yourself a chance, right? we've seen players die to Dung Eater 3, 4, 5 times.
Yeah.
You never
think you
know.
have to grab that Seedbed Curse, and then after you grab that, you make the 50-50 call. No way. Shura's pivoting?
I have no idea what's going on.
I mean, it's so fast.
Yeah.
You might have just realized that. All right, I have the full Dung Eater thing set up. I might as well just go and try and get this. That's crazy. And sure, again, making the right call. He was looking at maybe pushing imbued sword keys right there. That's insane. That is an insane pivot.
Yeah.
Although the lack of mark on all three of those might make you realize you're just way ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be what that is maybe I'm realizing I'm way ahead on all these because he should have gotten imbued sword keys or ritual sword and shield right now because I went Dung Eater. So I'm going to go back and just rip it. I think he's avoiding imbued because he thinks that's where Helios, what Helios would go for, but.
Well, here's Dung Eater from Shura.
If he gets this, that's GG's. Oh my gosh. Dung Eater got frozen.
There's Dung.
That's Dung. And now he just has to grab 2 imbued keys.
That's likely game.
Yep.
By the way, I did double check to make sure. That's why I was late there. Obviously that was a crazy pivot. Like sometimes crazy pivots just happen, right? He's not in anyone's stream or anything. So unless someone's feeding him information or there's an alt, which we have no reason to believe, right? That was just
you could see the indecision there while he was doing that. He was looking at imbued. I mean, he essentially, I think, has sold imbued sword keys because of Godskin Noble, right? And I think when that doesn't get marked, there's a lot of confusion.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a crazy read.
So I think going Godskin Noble also is a little bit of like a...
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't have his other shard bearer at this point. I mean, that was just some pretty nuts decision making.
Yeah.
He almost also went imbued before Dung Eater.
And also like the indecision too, like under pressure is very understandable, right?
Yeah.
Because you're doing it in real time, right?
Yeah, he just completed like half of all those squares.
Yeah.
And it just came down to, I think he chose the ones that were faster.
Yeah. Also keep in mind, like by me checking, I'm in no way saying that I actually thought he was cheating, but it's, I have to do it, right? Like I think
you could see how shocked me and Who's were right there. We were both like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Like I have to do it. Like I do this. If you've watched all the broadcasts, you know that I check on this sort of stuff and do due diligence on these things a lot.
I can't wait to ask about that decision making because, like, I guarantee it was just I don't know what to do. What are we? Was Which one of these do I do? I have all of them almost done. Why isn't he picking up any of the three of these squares right now?
But my
This
God,
last imbued sword key is it. With that, Shura will claim the title of Golden Order champion.
is this his
He's
final one?
right
Did he already get the one by tops?
Oh, he's got 2 more. I thought he did, but no, I think he just killed Red Wolf. No, yeah, he ran over there. He grabbed it.
Yeah, then Shura, this will be it. Shura will claim the championship. The underdog, the man everyone feared coming into the season. It was said if he learns how to play bingo, he's gonna be a problem. And he did learn how to play bingo. And goddamn was he a problem, because Shura, against all odds, will be the champion of Elden Squares Season 2. A man who had to play through the qualifiers. Didn't qualify initially. Had to come through in the second round to earn his spot. But there will be no final game here today, as Shura is our champion.
Ooh, there it is. The rookie, the underdog, the GOAT.
Okay.
Taking out Helios
I'm not gonna lie.
in the Elden Squares finals. Couldn't
I would
write it
have
better
an
if you
incredible
tried.
reaction if that game wasn't so stressful. In about an hour, I'll be ecstatic as fuck. But right now, it's like, holy shit, it's over. Fucking Helios is a fucking god. All these fucking people are fucking crazy. Okay. Okay. Holy shit, dude. I thought I already lost because I miscounted the squares. I can't fucking believe it. I wonder if he was so far behind in capital for Ritual Sword and Shield. Killed Noble. Rykard with 60. So that was his second. Yeah. I think I was just ahead on him in capital and I was able to prep both squares. Oh, fuck, man.
Well, GG's to Shura there. Like, massive congratulations. A hell of a job for him. Incredibly well-deserved title. I just want to do a quick shout out before, we'll bring Shura in and we'll let Helios come in when he's ready. If you saw this and you think it looked awesome and you want to get into bingo as well, coming up in July, we're going to have the Rookie Rumble season, or Rookie Rumble round 2. It's a beginners only event. So if you're, new to bingo, it's a great way to get in. We have coaches. I know a lot of the Rookie Rumble players from last season are looking for champions, looking for their champion to coach up. So we would love to have you if you want to get into it. Know that the Rookie Rumble round 2 will be modded, so you will have to play on PC. That being said, if you do have interest in playing vanilla, I might also host a vanilla event at the same time or shortly after. If you want that stuff, come and join us in the Ignite Discord. I misspelled Ignite. But we'll bring in Shura and Helios can join when he's ready.
I think he... Oh, hello.
Welcome in. GG's. The champion has arrived. The man everyone feared. Because what if he learns how to play bingo? And my God, you did it. Congratulations, Shura. I know that game was incredibly stressful. Both were 2 13-11 gate wins with Moog Lord of Blood as final square. You are the absolute. How does it feel to get the win?
I was someone saying that I'm bad with emotions when it comes to this stuff. I don't show it. In like 15 minutes, I will be fucking shaking, probably. Like, Like it'll like the realization will hit me. Right now, it's just like the relief of that fucking game. I also thought halfway. I thought at the end there I already lost, but I'm really bad at counting because I realized that I had 12, and I was like, oh shit! I just had to do imbued. I thought I needed to do imbued and Lord of Blood.
Okay.
So maybe
And
he
then
hasn't
once
learned
I
how to
realized
play.
I had 12, and I was like, holy shit! I was like,
Yeah.
wait a second, I just have to do one.
God, this is like Patrick Mahomes winning the Super Bowl before he learned how to read defenses. You're a football guy, you'll get that.
I gotta
But,
ask, Shura, you were in the in-game there. You had 3 imbued sword keys, Dung Eater, Ritual Sword, and Shield. It felt like you had all of them kind of prepped. How were you trying to make the decisions of which ones to go for? Because you did end up sequencing it perfectly. Had you done them in a different order, you would have lost one and been in a Moog race.
Okay. One of the this is just something I noticed with players in general is that Ritual Sword and Shield is usually one of the best squares to show that hey, I have capital because you don't have to do anything. It's just running, and then you kill Gillica. So it kind of just shows like hey, I have capital, and that's kind of what I wanted to like show because I was like if I do Dung Eater and then I get because like my worst fear is that like if he's running into capital, he sees that I marked Dung Eater and he just runs up.
Yeah.
Like that's something I can't have. But I don't know. There was a lot of indecision. I didn't know whether to finish in View Keys. I wanted like there were so many times where I was like, fuck, I'll just go all the way up to the Belfries and prep that Grace and do like I was thinking of doing like that stuff. I didn't know how to do it at the end. And honestly, I thought that I just miscounted. I thought I needed 60 or something like that to win. So whenever you took Noble, I was like, fuck. I was like, that was the square I really wanted. And then I fucked up in the fucking Ghost Graven or the Bell Bearings Catacomb, bro. I don't know how to get that knight consistently to like go away from the ladder. And maybe I should have just quit out or something. I also should have put on armor. I realized it afterwards. I was like, oh shit, I have no armor on. So not like no shit, he's gonna kill me. But I didn't play. I was dying a lot, so I was just fucking. Yeah, that was it. That was crazy.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I gotta ask Shura, like, I was saying before the league, like this league's so deep, and obviously there are a lot of great players who did not take part in this league, but this was the deepest league ever. We had 50 people at the start vying for the title, right? Competing in this league in some way or another. You're someone who didn't even really consider himself a bingo guy at the start. And here you are now. I mean, at this moment in time, the best bingo player in the world. I don't even know if I have a question, man. It's just crazy. And we're all so proud of you.
Yeah, this isn't something. I mean, like, I was just like every single step, like, was just insane. I was like, okay, I qualified for Golden Order. Okay, I was like, and then once I qualified, I realized I was like, okay, I can't like fuck around because I would feel bad if I just took someone's spot and like just wasted it. So I knew I had to actually play. Honestly, you can thank Nexus. Nexus beating me that first game like that made me realize that holy shit, I can't just go in here and like expect like just to run around and do okay. Like I will get crushed. So there's that. And then yeah, making playoffs was already a great thing for me. I honestly did not care. It's like, okay, I lost it. Oh no, I lost a Rambler. Oh no, and this like I'm not gonna care. I wouldn't care if I lost to Nexus or Helios. Like every single step was like like the fact that I made it this far, I was like, okay, I might as well keep going until someone stops me.
Yeah, I see it being brought up in chat, so I do want to ask, going all the way back to the moment you qualified for Golden Order, against me actually, but You said if anyone loses to me, they're trash. How do you feel that quote has aged now that you're the actual champion, my guy?
Yeah, it didn't age that well, I guess. I didn't mean to. I'm not trying to be mean and shit.
Sure, you gotta back that shit up. Just say every bingo
I
player in
guess
the
so.
world is
I mean-
trash. Own it.
Double down.
Yeah, whatever.
Double
Like,
the
if you
fuck
lost to
down.
me, I mean, you already know what happened, bro. I'm sorry, Helios, though. It was like,
Nah, you
I mean,
gotta
this
own
was
that every
predestined.
bingo player is
Rikuzen was always
trash.
going to win this shit. I knew for a fact that Rikuzen was going to win it. I didn't think it'd be me, but I mean, that's just how it goes.
Yeah, that is just how it goes. And I mean, like, genuinely, this is one of the most incredible stories, right? Of just, such a tough league. Like, everyone was working so hard. Like, obviously, you had incredible talent in terms of your hit list running and your speed and, your own intellect, right? You had a lot of attributes that would, make it clear that, like, you could be a really good bingo player. But to see a rookie win this event, like, I just want to say, like, whether it's bingo, like, life lessons, I guess. Obviously, like, this is just bingo. It's a game, right? Like, it means a lot to us, but it's just a game. But I think Shura winning this is a prime example of, like, if you want to try something, work for it, and you never know what's gonna come your way. Because holy hell, like, I mean, GG's, man. Very impressive. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I love sport. I think there's a lot of lessons that you can learn from sport. Hopefully, whether it's to get into bingo or, try to push yourself in maybe a more real form of life. This could be an example to give it a go, because I mean, Shura was just playing bingo to mess around. He was mainly here for rando, but look at him now, world champion.
Yeah, I mean, you could thank the fucking community. Like, I don't think I'm not that, like, creative. Like the community is just, like, insane. Like, I just, like, I'm good at fucking looking at what people have done and then just copy and pasting their shit. So I kind of steal you guys. I'm sorry, you guys did a lot of work for me because I just take that shit, copy it. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't have done it without everyone. And then obviously thanks to you for hosting this league. I didn't expect to be here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm the worst, like, person to interview after a match because I don't know what to fucking say, especially one like this big.
I mean, I think I think in spots like this, it's great, right? Like, sometimes during the season, you want someone like Ratty to shoot a promo, right? Like Ratty or Nexus or whatever. But I mean, you're very raw, right? In, like, it's in this spot. That's I think what we all want to hear, and we're just also proud of you, dude. Very well deserved, and yeah, I don't have anything left. For sure, at least. Ratty, do you have anything?
Nah, I'm gonna say that's my goat. New champion.
New champion.
A hell of a run, dude. Hell of a run.
Shura, do you have any final words before we talk to Helios here?
Not. I mean, just a shout out and thanks to everyone. Shout out Ignite. I'll be chilling in there probably after this for a bit. So you can come talk to me and learn how to play bingo, quote unquote. Yeah, I'll just make you play in the most psycho way, bro.
Nah, you gotta push them to the rando train.
Yeah, that's right. I do have a rando match later today with my teammate, so hopefully I win that one as well.
Yeah. Well, best of luck to you in that one, Shura. And Helios. GG's, man.
GG's.
I mean, yeah, I want to say a hell of a job throughout this entire season. Obviously, like, we all know, your intention from the start was to win this thing, and like I'm sure it's you're a bit disappointed, but you were the man with the target on your back the entire season. You were the person who everyone was chasing. I felt like whenever it felt like whenever people were practicing and trying to think about becoming the champion, they knew that the road would have to go through you. You are still one of the greatest. You're one of the greatest players of all time in the grassroots scene. From a player perspective, I mean, you've competed in almost every event. You've won some, you've lost some, but there is no one like bingo. Just simply would not be what it is without you. You are, in my opinion, still the greatest of all time.
Nah.
I mean, look, you've won you've won great events. You've consistently placed well, right? Like, it's a battle of like on the day, right? And like when it comes to grassroots bingo, I mean, you're the greatest of all time. I think, in my opinion. I mean, obviously, it's a developing scene. People are coming for that crown, but as of right now, in its infancy,
I mean,
I think you're the greatest, and I know you're going to be back stronger and competing in other events, not only here but elsewhere, and continuing to earn that title.
I will say this is the hardest bingo tournament I've ever played in. Probably the highest level I've ever played at as well. And I think Shura beat me twice in a row. It's pretty evident right now that I think he's still the better player for now. But yeah, I'm not as disappointed as I thought I'd be, which is the same as it was last season of Elden Squares, funnily enough. I'm still I still love bingo. I love bingo a lot, and I want to keep playing it. These matches were really, really fun for me, and yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, well, we love you, dude. Helios is fucking like both these guys are fucking awesome. Like, they're both gonna be we should all hopefully like show them some support. They're both gonna be hosting some events coming up. You guys should all, I guarantee you should all enjoy them and play in them. Helios is starting a week from today, going to be hosting weekly randomizer races in the Rando Derby. And Shura has his Nightmare Seed coming up with Nexus, as well as a bunch of other great stuff. So definitely, if you want info, you can look at events and signups. Yeah, you can look at the events and signups in Ignite. You can see the details, and yeah, I mean, these guys are. I mean, everyone in this league, like, they're my brothers, right? And sisters. I love everyone, and yeah, I'm so proud of all of you for putting on a hell of a show and a hell of a game and a hell of a story. Yeah. I don't have much to say in terms of like wrapping up this game. Roddy, if you have anything. I gotta kill some time before the Crucible match, so the bingo season's not fully over. We will have the Crucible wrapping up. We have the final few rounds of the Crucible. Then once that wraps up, I will be doing some sort of award show for the entire season, both Golden Order and Crucible. So I'm probably just gonna talk about shit and get a little emotional. If anyone wants to join, the award show will happen after the Crucible finals. So the Crucible, we still have a few matches left. The winners finals in the Crucible, keep in mind, this is not the grand finals, but whoever wins will go into the grand finals with the bracket reset advantage. That match is happening in 2 hours. yeah, so I'm probably gonna go on and talk. If anyone wants to, if anyone from the league, any of the players or commentators, whatever, want to come talk and shoot the shit a little bit, while we get sappy and talk about things, yeah, you're more than welcome to do so. But yeah, just as a reminder, so the setup for the Crucibles is going to be as follows. So there are 4 players left: Malta, Snowy, Churs, and Cronies. Malta and Snowy both have not lost yet. They will be playing this afternoon. The winner will advance to the grand finals from winner's side. The loser will be playing the winner of Jurs and Cronies. The loser, loser of Snowy Malta will play winner of Jurs Cronies, and that person will be the second to advance to the grand finals from the loser's side. The grand finals will be a best of 3. If the player from loser's side wins, there will be a bracket reset and a best of 1 final game. So that's the deal with the Crucible. But yeah, Ratty, Shura, Helios, I'm gonna stop the recording.